Yeah, what's up, man? 1 second. Okay. Capture, here we go. Off to the races. Where were we? What were we doing? All right, they're splitting up, that's right. Hold on, let me bring up the chat so I can see everything you're saying. All right. Where Secret of Mana fears to tread. Is that the name of a chapter or this music you mean? Like a combination? Oh, it's combined concepts. Ah, okay. There we go. Level 9 folio unlocked. Where angels fear to tread is a secret of Mana OST track title. Ah, so it's a tribute. What's this one? ATB limit. Fills the ATB limit gauge when expending ATB charges. That's good. What's this? Leaps into Cloud's shoulder and delivers calculated strike. Mystery partner. I'm guessing that's Vincent. Okay, so I'm just gonna start working towards that, I think, on this street. Yep, let's do it up. Do we not have all the folios yet? What's this one? Consume all ATB charges and half your HP fire high powered shot. That's... I wonder how high powered it is. Classed as a weapon ability. Where it uses Vincent support while elation, unless it's Zack or something. Effect on stagger foe. Attack power boost. Stagger time extension. He's not high enough level yet to unlock this folio. Or estimate the enemy with beams of light from beyond the stratosphere. Satellite beam. Yeah, let's do that. Let me just see what this is. I think he already is at the highest tier. He's level 9 party here. Okay. Rain down the series of devastating blows, each with the force of a falling meteorite. Temporary 3 charge, to refocus. What's this one? Yeah, this is it. So let's just do this. Get the level 3 limit breaks. Red 13 there. All right, we're beautiful. I like this song because it sounds indecisional, you know, it's like boom, 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 boom. The original, I mean, sounds like that. wolf form. Alright. Ugh. Our root beer float's damn good. Like I said, Zevia, rich root beer, creamy root beer, mixed with milk, equal amounts of milk, and sugar and vanilla extract. Tastes like a melting root beer float with not nearly the amount of sugar. All right. Give me all your money. I only got this prebiotic soda thing coming in. Wow. At least it's a prebiotic and not a probiotic, am I right? Doing good. Is it like a poppy, or is it a holy pop, or what is it called? Whatever finds something. I feel like I should get food from the store because after my long sleep, I ended up sleeping for 1.5 hours also. It was pretty good. I would get it every time. I do every time. That's apple cider vinegar, apparently. Huh. Good for your gut. I heard apple cider is really good for digestion. What I like to call it. Kind of reminds me when you're climbing the pillar in Midgar and you have to use the grappling hooks. These little rotundas remind me of that. Parking structure is kind of at an angle. Let's see if we actually use the damn thing. Probably not, but.
Get your shit together! Hostiles! Get him! Keep it together.
I like the ding, ding, that one key. A couple of the keys that are played on the synth there. Almost like an organ. I like that. Alright. Ew. Fucking booger. Going. Let me take some gabapentin too while I'm at it. It's 300. I don't want to fucking be knocked out. Hello, that was random. What was the booger? Yeah, not to be gross, but I've been having so much discharge. Normally I use a paper towel, but sometimes I shouldn't say this on stream, but sometimes just kind of like put it on the side of the bed, and then if it reactivates, which sometimes it does. I shouldn't have been this. It's fucking gross. I don't do it that often, but yeah, that's what happened. That's just like, oh, booger. It's like, it wasn't like crusty and shit. It was just like a loose one. Jarker Repper. I'm guessing it's probably Barrett. Nope. Tifa. Tifa! It's me, Cloud. Tifa! Deliver tremendous blow at close range. Increased stagger damage bonus. Yeah. True strike. Try Chi Trap. I mean, why would I equip something like this? Does it have one more slot? Okay, yeah, it's got one more slot. But at the cost of 200 HP, at the cost of minus 13 attack, and the cost of minus 5 attack. It may be the True Strike ability is better than... What do you think? Do you think I should equip it or not? Yeah, FIFA thing. There's like this non-linearity where I got this way in advance. The Crystal Gloves suck comparison unless I'm looking at magic. And then this one has an additional materia slot, a different ability, less True Strike's like really good. Why would I want to equip that, right? What's auto upgrade settings? Oh, I guess to equip the most basic, most powerful thing, I'm guessing. It has things like considered slots. You're making me consider it. Let's just try it. Utterly unbridled strength. Critical rate, probably. Critical rate, critical damage, I think. Critical hit damage times, yeah. But what's her critical? Is it luck? I think I'm gonna just do critical damage plus. Another materia this way too. See, what does she have? Should I do luck up? Does she not have a luck up? She already has a luck up. Why isn't it growing though? Let's do another luck up. These materials are like the hardest things to level. For some reason. Autocast tuning, that's good. Provoke materia. Morph materia. Cleansing. Probably some sort of magic. I don't know why there's not more fire and ice materia and those kind of things. Wind and lightning. Okay. Compatible materia: poison, binding, time, subversion, petrify. Poison and petrify. Apparently, there's a joint material for that. Empowerment, fortification, disempowerment, innovation. Hey, HP absorption. There we go. What's it compatible with, though? Let's see. Looks like all the magic attack material, including Comet. Maybe gravity? Sure. Well, actually, it's not supporting gravity, is it? It's not. So we could do Comet, though. I don't even use Comet that often on Cloud, so let's just do that. I need to put auto unique on Keep, I think. Alright. It's like you're falling apart. Yes, wait, that one's gonna push us through. Kill us. Watch, I'm gonna get pushed off the edge, watch. Just see what, I'm gonna die. Live stream then, things of live stream. Alright, in battle we go. Okay. Cool treasure chest. They're squares, like square stuff. Square in it.
No more playing nice.
Comet uses a lot of MP. There's a lot. So does gravity though too. How about an MP absorb? Do you have an MP absorb? I do. 0.1%, 10% of 1%. So let's just do some basic math here. So let's say it does 3,000 damage. No, let's say it does 500 damage times 0.10. Be 50 MP. It's actually not that bad if it is 500 damage and it's an area of effect. Let's do MP. It's only going to get better too. So I need to put the HEV absorb on someone now too. See, what can I pair with HP absorb? Let's see. I'm gonna unequip this temporarily. Precision defense. So only the green ones. Not allow healing, just damage. Like single unit magic attacks. Ice, fire, ice, lightning, wind, poison, comet. No triple linked material slots yet. Okay, so we'll just do this. For now, 15%, that's actually pretty good. I've got 3 luck ups, which is good. I don't think I need 3 here. Let's see. So either chakra or some sort of magic, which I think I should do some sort of. probably the correct one. Probably. I just need to remember to equip it back onto Aerith. Let's just do that. Okay, we're done. I've been messing around with the fucking items for long enough, material for long enough. I just wanted to get like something that's real solid. Okay. Connector slots. Here you go! Almost. Pretty sure we're doing this. Go.
Gotta pay attention!
Corridor of the Crucible. I feel like a badass. Alright. So who we got? I feel like a badass right now, right? You're a badass, I'm a badass, we're all a badass. I'm a dude, he's a dude, she's a dude, we're like all dudes in the house. Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order? I remember I saw that movie when I was out visiting you. Way back when. First time I ever saw ads in a movie theater. F-board. Not everyone likes me now. What the hell's up with that? Make sure I'm not safe here. I don't think so. Everything working with the stream? It's okay if you're quiet, just curio. Alright. No worries. Just curious. Again, not monopolizing your attention. Just not a guilt trip, man. Not a guilt trip, man. That's pretty calm.
Run! Oh, don't gotta tell me twice.
How are we gonna get home? Okay, I put my shirt on. Hold on to your butts. Put Samuel L. Jackson. I just see the dogs for a second. Okay. Well, I guess I'll chill right here and wait for you. Use the restroom while you're doing that. okay. Are okay. Rocky. Okay. Poison deals 50 physical damage to enemies within range. 21 of those, huh? Not really looked at the items too much. Not like a ton of crazy items though either. Very standard stuff. Okay, back. Let's do it. Celeries. Read my damn mind, kid. I'm just using my clippers. Real quick on something. One of my nails. Two of my nails, actually. It took me a second. For me to bite my damn nails and stop it. Get these infections that have to be handled by clippers when I should just use clippers to begin with. They're right here. I should not be doling my teeth out. Or to overbite. No one plays Earthbound anymore, by the way. I was checking Twitch the other day. All the speedrunners seem to have stopped with it. But not that I blame them. I mean, how many years are they going to play the same game speedrunning? Like Dr. Swellman, I remember was a big one. Cerulean, I think, was the other major one I watched. Which? How should you get into Earthbound for speedrunning? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not a masochist. Or anything, I just remember years ago, you'd always see someone playing the game, and instead there's mostly Japanese people. Occasionally you have your occasional American randomly playing it. You ask why? Because I do not know. There we go. Just cutting off a very thin layer of my nail bed. Note to self, do not use little normal razor blades to do your nails. I did that a couple months ago. And I accidentally poked my nail bed. So it's a little messed up, but it stopped bleeding, it stopped hurting. I temporarily took an antibiotic though because it was like my finger was so irritated. And I developed an infection if I hadn't had some additional antibiotics on hand. I think antibiotics good to have on hand for emergencies. Helped with my ear for sure. Okay, that's good. I'm going to stop this thing. Celery. Okay, here we go. Alright, we're at 91 hours and we're at like 88%, I think. Something like that for the game. Do a pretty good job with assets. Like, that makes sense why that's there. That's one of those Tesseract cubes. Ish thing. Look at Zach. Baby, hold on. Just want to make sure nothing here first. Got everything. Someone's in there. It's either the Turks Orithis, but it's probably Zach. Looks like Zach. Is it console? Console? See how it is. Get a jump on him.
We're going as fast as we can. Okay, it's good.
Okay. It's console time. That guy.
It's avalanche.
Shinra Pong. Boss fight maybe? Wow, these guys are actually pretty good. MP.
I know you can tell.
To the limit and beyond!
Put it off an hour there, I think.
Don't give up.
I've used magic, I think.
Feel the breeze! No more games! It's over! Now fly! It's on you!
I think he's gonna die, but we'll see.
Don't think you'll walk away from
Deal with that.
Watch and learn. Bring it.
Okay, let's go! Watch yourself!
It's on you.
On the hole, motherfucker. Oh, too late.
I don't want to die. Please.
It's not death.
Oh no, Sephiroth.
It's a homecoming.
Oh, he's gone mental again. The murderer. Japanese really like the blood on the face. Nice touch. Should be in the key art. Or in like the, you know, the Amano art of the game.
Let's keep moving.
Celery.
Hey kids, sorry we're late.
Better late than never. Still owe you both for Sector 7.
Such 7 up your
Say
ass,
the same for you.
boy.
It's a shame we'll have to settle up later.
Of course, it's explosives again. So it always does.
Guess we'll just have to pick this up next time.
Get back here.
How convenient.
Damn it!
Who's the Sky Rover? Oh, is this a machine? An enemy? What are you playing me? What the hell? Our fryer. Steampunk.
Oh, you're awake.
The doggy and the 2 girls. Aw. At least they didn't steal Tifa from the other party.
Did it work?
Clock area with a big thing in the OG temple. Yep. Middle room. Bird's eye view. Hey, look. He's a summoner.
I really screwed up.
Do you hear 7 and 10 are part of the same world? What do you think about that?
And don't beat yourself up. First time and all that.
They even say the same with 13,
Just
which I don't
gotta
know if I
keep
can
at it.
believe.
Starting right now.
Thank you. I'm a summoner. I'm Yuna.
We'll get through this, Aerith. Together.
Brad, I want your voice to go
Yeah.
back.
Yeah,
It's
you're
okay.
right. Can't
Honoring the
give up
OG
now.
content. It was just a little shocking at first. I've gotten used to him having a childish voice. He is a child anyways. Forgot about any caveats. Heard that at some point. Okay. So this we're going to take back the fire ice material, I thought. Is it equipped on one of these guys? Okay, maybe I never unequipped it. Let's see. It's the wind and lightning material. Oh, I should just fucking equip it. Anyway, just do it this way. We'll find it one way or another. Just first make sure it's not on her. I don't think it is. She has 2 healing. Oh, I see. One's magnifying, one's autocast. Okay, that makes sense. Plus both are growing, or both are maxed, actually. I wonder if there's a level 5 or not. I want some more Shadley material. Okay, so it was on Cloud. So, since Fire and Ice is already here, let's go and... Oh no, sorry, I wanted Fire and Ice on... Never mind, I already fucked this up. Wind and Lightning is what I was looking for. Tifa has it. Okay, let's work on Aerith's stuff real quick. Autocast, magnify. She is a healer. Okay, what other linked material should we use? So she obviously have fire and ice, so she has all elements available to her. Is it necessary though? Let's go and remove them for now, and then I can always add them on. In terms of linkage, HPMP. Oh, that's scary. That's terrifying. Look how much MP she has, though. I'd have to do like HP up, HP up, HP up, HP up. Or sorry, no. MP up, MP up, MP up, MP up. So she has more HP that way, probably. Attack to magic attack. Attack to mattack. Okay. Let's see. Speed up, which I equipped from Cloud a while ago. These are all stat boosts. Forgot about the dark side material. I've heard with material you can really break this game. I haven't played around enough and gotten like all of them unlocked, but maybe on a New Game Plus I'll figure out what those combos are. I'll look them up and just completely murder on hard mode. I just had to go back and play hard mode, which I don't know. I didn't play hard mode on the remake, but I see people play, dude, and they're such better players than I am. It makes me depressed. In the original game, I knew how to break the game. It's a little bit different because it's obviously, I mean, I could set it to regular ATB mode or dynamic instead of using the, you know, action-based. I guess if I wanted to, that'd make it so I could focus on other things a little bit better. But I kind of like that about this game. It makes you feel powerful to be able to not just issue commands, but do it live, you know? I mean, don't get me wrong, the original game was awesome, though. Even with the ATB system being just issuance of commands. I've got so many level boost materia. Innovation. Alright, I don't see anything special, so I think that's the reason why I did Ice and Fire. Obviously, these two are interesting. Level 1's maxed already. Maxed upon obtaining them. So, listen, what I'm thinking at this point, let's just follow up. I want to see how many MP ups I have. Only 3. I know I could probably get more, though. Why am I going to give her one of those? That is helpful, genuinely. And in addition to that, I will give her either fire or ice. Not both. I think ice is the more versatile, personally. I'm just guessing that, but I'd place my bet on the distribution. I would say that. Okay. Oh, 2,000 for empty slot. That's because I'm switching with Aerith, that's right. But now red has an empty slot. Does he have heal? He does not. I should give him a healing material or like a time material or something. Let's go and just give him a healing, I guess. It's weird, my head's like cold right now. I don't know why. Give me my meds, I'm not sure. That's good for now. We'll swap in and out the wind and whatever the material between the two. The only other thing is summons. I should take a quick look at summons. What are we doing in terms of summons? So Bahamut. I already did this the other day, but I just wanted to see what they are. Ramu. Is that how you say it? Rama? So it's Bahamut, Bahamut, Arisen Materia, Ramu Materia, Titan Materia, Leviathan Materia, Choco and Moogle Materia, and Phoenix Materia. Sounds good. I mean, let's just see what other ones there are that I don't have equipped. I think there's a few I still need to unlock too. Bahamut Arisen. Okay, that's fine. Go and save. There's a save point too. So presumably the boss fight ahead. How are we even getting here? Is that door locked behind us? Weird. I'll wait for these to save up folios. Also need to probably purchase more folios, I'm just guessing. I don't know for certain, but look at all the gil I didn't use. Good for New Game Plus though, I suppose. I think I only have 1 or 2 of. 1 or 3 of. Oops. 1 or 3 of. Can make sure I have 3 of each. Minimum, try to. Maybe not all at once, because I might need... like the gill, but something I can easily do right now. Not spending too much on bank. Yeah, that's good. Oops, there's still one I only had 2 of. Which one was it? Binding material. One's kind of expensive. Okay. Varvatos bracelet. Band. Oh. I hope developers don't like freak out if this game doesn't get Game of the Year. It's just a super hyper competitive environment, but you know, because apparently this game's not sold as well as the original, which is disappointing. I think both to fans and to Square. So I hope they're not like, oh, third game we're just gonna like make it short and crappy because we're not earning the kind of money that we promised the stakeholders. I don't know. I feel like they pulled out all the stops. I think they gave this a modern, gave Rebirth definitely a modern take on the formula in a way that's really respectful to the original origin content and my own personal views. And in addition to that, the game's fucking long, okay? People that complain about the game being too long, yeah, I guess for like everyday enjoyment, but given the fact that I don't plan on coming back and playing this game 10 times, I'm fine with it being long. Like I said, with the original game, the fact that the first disc was super long, the second disc less so, and the third disc even less so, as I was playing it, I was saying a prayer to God, I'm not even joking, when I was like 12 or 13, please let it be longer, please let it be longer. It's still a long game. It was good. But this game allowed them to follow through on all the dreams. Like even Red 13, being voice acted by first an adult and then a child. It's just cool that they honored it. And I also like the changes they made. As much as it's kind of nonsense with the plot at this point. Because I can sense they're doing something really deep for the source content, you know, the Kabbalah and all that shit. So there's a lot here, a lot to be excited about. But man, this game's huge. The 2 Blu-ray discs. Did remake only have 1 or was it 2 as well? I think it was 2, right? The play disc in that is it. I'm not mistaken.
What's happening?
Is it a weapon? Sephiroth swoops in and kills her. Her memory's gonna come rushing back. 1? Yeah, you might be right. I thought it might be 1. Then, for some reason, it didn't sound right. She's communing. Oh, she's gonna go to the other side, isn't she? Or she's got other things from the other side. She's communing with the live stream. Yay! Kill Zach. Autonomy, get it off, get it off.
I think they're gonna teach me how to be at one with the live stream, attuned to its flow.
Foreshadow of death. If anyone's watching this, that's not a spoiler. Not when it's 20 plus years ago. Almost 20 plus years ago.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just did my French. I didn't realize I was muted. I just got done with did a French lesson. I'm trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do here. So do I not have enough energy? Oh, there it is. Sorry about that. That's easy. Hopefully you can hear me now. Sorry about that. Wait, where am I going? I'm so confused. So I open up this, but why would I not be able to access this? Can't hear. Cool. Oh, it's just the platform. Okay, we're good. Yeah, they're already full. Okay. I'm so confused. There are like multiple options here. I get overwhelmed when there's more than one way to go. I know it's not that bad, but... As Aerith absorbs the life stream, she will begin combat with the following beneficial status effects. Stage 1, phase. Stage 2, phase regen. Stage 3, phase regen mana wall. Okay.
I'll show you what I can do. Over here. Get him. Here. Well, busy?
Pantaloon structure.
We'll make it quick. And catch! This one's for you! Feeling chilly?
I see. So when you kill shit, you also pick up life stream. That's interesting. It makes sense. We're made of the energy, man. We're made of the ether that surrounds us, the fabric of space and time. A corporate conglomerate. Okay, now I'm just sounding like a dumbass. Word salad. Well, you can't really harp on this game for not being that big of a game. Word salad. There you go. Exactly. You know exactly what I'm talking about now. You are a model moderator, man. Model mod. Mod. Model mod. Model moderator. I don't think I have enough energy. Can I kill some more shit? Absorb their energy? Oh, here we go. That's that shit. I would have been happy to do level design on this shit, as much as it's confusing, because it doesn't really require level design. I mean, you just put what you want wherever you want it, and have to like fit like design criteria. And I don't mean that like as a dig to the developers, just more that like give them my like clever level design. Of course, we need to actually build an indie game. Myself, Scott, and you. Grammatically correct, but you get the point. Let me absorb. Forgot I could do that. Rub it off. Jerk it off. Come on. We're building a house. It's like we're playing Fortnite, which I've never played. I have no interest in playing. It's like a complete, like 12-year-old's like wet dream, shit talk style. No offense to people who love the game, but I don't know, for a while I'm glad I dodged that bullet. I played PUBG though. I figure once I play PUBG, I pretty much the live stream is capable of this. I think the live stream is capable of building other worlds. For instance, what happened with like, oh, I don't know, Nibelheim being rebuilt like perfectly. Still can't believe like Shinra was successful with rebuilding it 1-for-1. It was live stream. Maybe the hardest live stream to do it. Plot twist. Hey, Vado, hi, sir. Hey, Miss Harris. You know you can get lucky with me. Really skeleton? Probably not. Not directly at least. But there must be a way that we can add below this to get to it in the future. I'm imagining, so could be wrong about that. Yeah, I think that's the only way, because I can't style my way out of this, unfortunately. It's too tall of it. Okay. I actually can't style on this stuff. Alright, watching that there, I guess. Meantime, we'll work the other side of things. The other room that we just randomly brought into the area. Look, Ma, I'm not just cleaning my room, I'm making rooms. Look, Ma, no hands. Doing it with my dick. Just kidding. Doing it with my vagina. Yep, I think I'm barking up the right tree, which is good. Yes. Oh,
You don't think anything bad will happen to them, do you?
So long as Cloud can keep it together.
Tifa's just gotta crack the whip a little. Tell him to snap out of it.
Yuvi's starting to sound like one of Cloud's lovers, which is kind of a little disturbing to me. Not just for the age stuff, but given the fact they're probably perfect for one another, and maybe I'm just in denial, but it seems like Cloud's not like Yuvi anyways. And plus, she would have been originally, what, like 12 or 13? in Crisis Core or something. So that whole like optional sex scene was not even appropriate. You'd be like, what? No, I'm just joking. Fucking around with you. See if you're paying attention. Game banner. Gambaten. Must be German. Appropriately so. That's not bad. I'll take it. I mean, look, noble sacrifice, and it's got more material slots. Oh, I'm playing against alright. Ha 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 ha. How noble of you. Because this staff is noble. I mean, fancy seeing you here. How is Genshin treating you? What character is your level? What level is your character? Since there are multiple characters anyhow, maybe meaningless. That's how they keep you hooked, is to like replay the game as different characters, right? For different things, and then you have to roll to like unlock characters and spend up the asset real life money. Oh, paying attention. Ah, so a Genshin like as in not paying attention to Genshin. Gotcha. Very clever with you, you wordsmith person. Don't spend that charisma all in one place, am I right? Do you remember a time when, if you played video games, you were a nerd or a geek? It was frowned upon. Paying attention. And so I would like hide it growing up a little bit. Not really, like I think I started hiding it like maybe late middle school. Yeah, like 8th grade onward. High school, I really tried to not make a big deal out of the fact that I play games. You know, I wasn't so afraid of people knowing that I did websites, but the only website I could show them is like a gaming website for a Korean MMO. And until I did that web designing contest and got first place. But yeah, I was gonna say like, now it's really cool to be like into tech, you know. And it's really cool to like be a gamer, or maybe less so cool to be a gamer, but it's mainstream, so gaming scene is cool. I don't know, I've always loved gaming. Now there are only certain games that label you as a geek, etc. Exactly. Is Genshin one of those games? Not that I'm judging, I was just curious. Or is it seen as mainstream? Like enough for that style of game? The live service game? Feed shit. I would think. Did you hear that, like, Asmongold? I'm not to keep up with the gossip, but did you hear Asmongold, like, people were telling him, like, he's Hitler for playing Genshin? Like, it's not okay for as popular a streamer as he is to play Genshin, and that he's ruining it for the rest of the players. It sounded like a bunch of trolling more than anything. I don't know, I kind of like Asmon, but he kind of reminds me of, like, not to be overtly critical, but he, I guess he kind of reminds me, like, if I was still, like, super nerdy, super geekish level, that I used to enjoy games like any and all games back in the PlayStation 1 mod chip days, if you catch my drift, wink, wink, when we would play anything and play it hard. Sounds like a troll or other shit. Yep. That's what I thought, too. It's funny that trolls, like literally they spend all their time online, like, trying to make other people feel bad in a way that's like, is it because you're hurting your life that you do that? Or is it because anytime someone complains about a troll, like, they just decide they're gonna, like, ruin someone's life? Because I'm just guessing they don't have a life? Like, I'm curious, not that I really want to know, but there was once a troll on the forums for my Ragnarok site, and she like really tried causing a lot of problems. I banned her from the forums, and then I'm not sure if you remember Toby. He was one of the admins along with Vladimir, and he unbanned her, right? And I said, I want to keep her banned. She's a troublemaker. Well, anyways, what ended up happening is there was a guy on the forums that was running a private server for Ragnarok Online. And all I did was design the website for him, for his private server. But because of that, she then played on the server herself, reported it to the developers, and then the developers permanently removed my fan site from their website, which was a source of the majority of our traffic. And what's funny is years later, they opened up a private server, license for private servers, and started selling in-game items and all that shit, which originally was the reason why they made private servers legal, aside from licensing, was because they're like, you shouldn't be able to pay to win. And they started doing it themselves. So super ironic. And they never heard my case. I brought it up to them a couple times. And yeah, so it's just an example of one person ruining shit for the rest of them. It was during like the heyday too, like when my website was like 500 or 7 people on the forums at a given time. We were crashing the shared hosting environment because there was just too much traffic. But so I do have frustration with trolls and then hackers too. Like, why would someone want to hack a website that's 100% free that like provides game information? Don't ask me why, but I remember there was like Mr. Fuck You hacked our boards at one point. Not to go into this whole history lesson about it. And yeah, it was like constant case of cat and mouse. Back in the day, you used to not be able to protect the query function, so it was very easy to just inject code straight into the query and have it like, oh, I don't know, display all the passwords or modify a user to make them an admin and a bunch of other shit. By far, my favorite one was when he just went select all from table names and drop all tables. And I did have a backup, but it was never like quite right. So between her and the hackers, and I think hacking is trolling as well. Like, I think they're, hackers worth their weight. If anything, choose to be helpful and be like, hey, I hacked your shit, you need to fix this. But instead, they're just like, oh yeah, we hacked it, we ruined your website. Like, it's not even a ransomware thing, it's just like, we hacked your website, we ruined it, and we're going to take credit like graffiti it style. And it's like, okay, whatever. Trying to do nice things in this world, but people shit on that. Let's see. Sounds like a troll or other shite. It happens in real life, I think, but can be addicting in the digital realm. Apparently so. I remember doing stupid things as kids, like going into chat rooms and like trolling that was a firefighter named Chowder. But like I always kept like some level of unbelievability, so people were just hopefully having fun with it. I did that shit when I was like, I don't know, 9, 10, 11 though. I kind of got over it pretty early on. There's also no face-to-face, so it caters to negative energy. Totally. No offense to people that do it, but I think the vast majority of them don't have lives or are frustrated in other aspects of their life, and they're making up for it, And as soon as I say that, watch, I'm going to be attacked by some troll or something. I'm not trying to be negative myself, but it's just like, I just never understood that. Not that I want them to make me aware as to why. Maybe they had good motivation, all the more power to them, I guess. Not that I encourage trolls or hackers, but like, I just never understood, like, why am I so important that you would want to hack my shit? Number one. And number two, like, why am I so important that you want to waste all your energy trolling? Seems like a long energy suck. I guess they get an amusement out of it, obviously. But you think after they troll or harass someone for months on end, that they, like, lose interest. I would make the argument that it would not be normal for someone to spend their entire life, like, trolling or harassing someone and somehow making that fun. I think it's just like projection of the various, this is my own thought, but projection of the various abuses they've experienced in their life. And so they can bring down someone with them. They consider their life to be worthwhile. Let's see. Wow, that's like history altering shit. The fact that the main page getting rid of your website or whatever. Yep. Exactly. History repeats itself. Goddess, light my path. It's reprieve. Avoid incapacitation once per battle. Surviving with 1 HP. That actually might be good for boss fights. Let's see what else you've got. Yeah, ice damage up. Not so fleeting familiar. Not use fleeting familiar. Ritual harvest. Increase the amount of MP absorbed That's good. You want spiritual harvest for sure. Attack damage by basic attacks. I don't know if that means melee or if that means magic. It might mean both, actually, or one or the other. ATB charge rate up. That's really good. Means I can actually cast shit faster, more frequently. And more than the MP plus 3, which is like, I mean, these two are probably the next in line, aside from this one. I think that one's going to be helpful for a boss fight or something. It's not going to save Aerith from Sephiroth's impaling, sword impaling, but still. Okay, let's swap that. And ice. That means I can now put fire back on, so why don't we do it? So I can figure out something different that's better, but... Oh, it's good. I actually like the order of these materials too. Mining. Ironically, I do not have raise on her. I don't know if that matters though. Maybe another reason years from now. But I like that in the end of the day, the music is impressive and inspiring among things. How's the gameplay? I mean, have you played anything similar to it, or is it unique? Is the gameplay unique to you in the way that you enjoy it? Would you say? Not asking necessarily for you to give it like an extensive review. I was just curious. Sounds like originally the motivator though was other opportunities opening up, which makes perfect sense to me. That can be a good motivator. I was hoping more would come out of the theory video, but wouldn't it be bizarre if the Vinac thing comes into fruition? It's just going to take 3 years. If that does happen, man, I really, really hope that the original video gets the attention and credit it deserves. I'm not saying everyone needs to be like, oh, this guy discovered it first, but I hope like the community will like have done the research and say, oh, well, there's this guy named Ethereal on YouTube, and he predicted on February 9th, 2024, you know, and we're in 2027. I've always wondered, like, what that would be like if that actually happens. You know, like, all of a sudden getting all these interviews and, like, channel explodes overnight. Would I change what I do for a living? I don't know. Maybe. I never really saw myself as, like, a full-time streamer, content creator, just because it's so cutthroat out there. They, like, require you put out, like, I don't know. The more videos you put out per week, the more money you stand to make. But also, it sets the expectation that you're putting out constant videos. And I think creators, much like episodes of The Simpsons, eventually with time just run out of ideas of content. And they get burn out because it becomes too much of a job. But anyways, like I said, put out videos, if not like multiple times per week, at least a couple times per month, especially the longer form videos. And since you're competing with everyone else, unless you're doing all the video editing yourself, like you're going to have to hire someone else to help you with the channel as it grows bigger. But then it just becomes a slog, right? Between like it feeling so much like work. It's kind of like what could be said about Twitch, right? Like Twitch and YouTube early on, you could actually earn decent money just putting out random videos. And it wasn't so saturated. People would be able to find your videos pretty easily. And it was easier to establish early on. So where it is now, it's like needle in a haystack. I think it's partially about identifying a niche that, you know, benefits from there being a new channel on the topic. Obviously, if it's niche enough, it can generate, but you have to put out so many videos, and it's just like a constant moving target. Like, so, you know, a quote-unquote good video could earn like a couple $100, right? Anywhere from like, I don't know, I've heard like as little as like $100, $200 to as much as like $500, $600 or like 1,000. But it has to get like not just millions of views, but like tens of millions of views to actually like start earning over $1,000 a video. So I don't know, I just always thought it was interesting. Nowadays, I think it's really, really hard to become, with all the competition and the payout being less, both with Twitch and YouTube. So I feel like it's a special kind of masochism, unless you enjoy what you do, and hopefully you don't have to put out content so frequently that you're just constantly battling the fact you need to be putting out videos, you know? I think people should do it for the love of it, but I feel like the whole model and the whole algorithm has encouraged like kind of this non-sustainable burnout culture behavior with both platforms. So if you're asking me, Zach, would you ever be a streamer? I mean, or content creator. I don't know if I have that much interesting to say. I probably do, but it's about getting enough people to watch first off, which is the hardest part. But the second hardest part is like people want you to make content, right? Which is not a problem. But if you're trying to make your full-time living off of either platform, good luck. You're gonna have to be working. Most of them work more than 5 days a week, and they stream for like 12 hours or something, or 14 hours a day. It's just like, not all of them, but a lot of them that are real serious about it. And then on top of that, you have to be engaged with all your fans. You don't have to, but it's best if you are, especially with Patreon and whatnot. So you're making videos, and then all your free time spent connecting with people, if you even have the time for it. It just seems like a crazy thing. I hope people do enjoy it. And like I said, so I'm not completely closed up to it. I just don't know how enjoyable it is to have the freedom of being a content creator on YouTube. Versus, I guess, like I would consider game design over that probably. But again, if it took off, I guess I would see how far it goes. I try to do my best with balancing that and my other responsibilities, I suppose, to see where it goes. But like I said, it just feels to me like long term it's not sustainable. Jacksepticeye, which you have not followed very much at all. I probably watch more PewDiePie, which I don't watch too often, than Jacksepticeye, which I watch more Jacksepticeye than I do Markiplier. But suffice to say, he's thinking of retiring after 10 years. Why? Because he hears from another streamer that's well-known, been around for a while, long while, at least 5-10 years. I think 10 years. He said, a decade of my life's gone making videos. And so a lot of them are looking at retiring. So I guess that opens up like a spot for new people to not necessarily take their place, but for other people to move their way to the top. So it makes room for maybe smaller people at the bottom for certain niche topics. Especially the eclectic channels might be a little bit harder to break into. But yeah, so it's like the boomers of YouTube, or a lot of them are retiring. And can you blame them? I mean, on one hand, they've known nothing different, so very scary to move on and get a job doing something else. But as much as it's like the freedom of being home, like I said, it's a slog. And nowadays, with health insurance, with Obamacare, and being independently employed, although that's still an option, you still pay a ton. I mean, you pay a ton in income tax too, because, like, I don't know how it works with gifts and tax write-offs and whatnot. Probably a little bit different than the I don't know, the amount that people receive for endorsements, influencing, and YouTube ad revenue. But it's just kind of interesting. It's its own little world. So finally, to answer the question, would I consider it? I guess if I enjoyed it and I didn't feel like I had to put out 20 videos a week, I could do it at a pace and it was enough to handle. And if I grew burnt out with time with doing all the video editing, if I had enough to be able to pay a video editor and just do the recording and come up with the topics, I guess it could be kind of enjoyable. But I also feel like those industries are constantly moving. They're constantly, and if you don't keep up with the times, you lose relevancy. So, like I said, if that aligns with actually being like the evolution professionally, great. But if it starts to feel like too much like work, and like, let's say you did exploring, but all of a sudden you have to do ghost videos because everyone's ghost videos, like it's not staying true to your form. That's one thing I actually liked about Exploring with Josh, the YouTube channel. I'm almost done talking. But then he started doing ghost videos, and I stopped watching him. Now he's back to exploring videos. He said he's growing sick of it. He's doing it because of the algorithm. So his videos are once again really, really good, and I watch a lot of them. I actually finally subscribed to him after I found out that he's not doing as many ghost videos. Because I don't know, I'm into UFOs and shit, but I'm not really into ghosts too much. And I don't know, I just sometimes it feels like wasting my time watching these kinds of videos, It's interesting, like, for some real odd ones, I guess, but, like, it's people that are alive asking empty room questions, and they're using these quote-unquote scientific devices, which are old, digital recorders that were shit for the time that cost, like, $20 to sell for $3,000. Anyways, I could go on and on and on. The moral of the story I'm just trying to say is, if I can enjoy what I do as a streamer, and doesn't feel like I'm just slowly dying in my chair, then yeah, I would consider it. But it is kind of a bizarre thing to share so much of your self and potentially your personal life with complete strangers. And for that, there's also the trolling and the bullying and all that, which I wouldn't sign up for. But Some people ignore them, some people get destroyed by it. All those comments are opinions of others because they're jealous or because they're trolls and they're bored and would like nothing more than to harass you all day. Or to report you or copyright strike your content, I guess. Anyways. Let's continue. Sorry to go on my soapbox, but let me read what you wrote. Gameplay is pretty deep, not as deep as current WoW stuff, according to the crazy guy who wants to employ me. I used to watch Vinesauce edits, which were or are pretty good. I haven't seen them in a while. I need to get in on that. Yeah, Vinesauce was funny and kind of an irreverent comedy that I could totally see you doing in a channel, whether you see yourself as funny or not. Just a lot of random shit. I like some of Vinesauce's stuff. Some of it's a little bit more boring to me with Vinny, and some of it's just straight up good, especially stuff that becomes memes. That kind of popular stuff. I mean, if they pay $50 an hour, then I think that's a good incentive. I already destroy my soul with retail. I know. I bet you do. Yeah, I've said it before. My next job, I mean, dude, I don't really see how I can ideally make less, at least long term, make less than like 55, 60, 65. Ideally, I'd like to make like 70 range, 70 to like 100. But it's a hard job market, so I applied for the other HPC computing position at CU Boulder. It's non-cloud, just regular high-performance computing stuff. We'll see if I get an interview and see if they actually hire me. It's been a while since I programmed, yes. And as far as coding on Teams, as long as it's procedural programming, I think I can figure it out. It's just learning how to fully utilize the graphics card and the CPUs and the GPU in a way that allows you to run more intense types of analysis, number crunching. To do that, you basically just set up test code and, test data and let it churn it out and see how long, based on the timer it takes to run it, how much resources it takes. And I'm not trying to oversimplify it. I think some aspects of the scripting and stuff are difficult, but presuming it's procedural, presuming there's only so many flavors of it, I mean, I think I could totally do that job, but I just have to be given the chance and offered the time of a little bit of mentorship, But that one pays $71,000 to $81,000. It's hybrid, probably half days in person, half days remote, or less, one way or the other. But I said I couldn't earn less than that amount, right? Of 55, 60, 65,000 with where I live and whatnot. But I will consider the lab position that's opening in MCDB. That's molecular cellular developmental biology at CU Boulder, because this lab is a new startup lab. Pays 36 to 40, which is not enough. But by the time I factor in, they're paying for 100% of my health insurance, aside from co-pays and shit, and my maximum out-of-pocket deductible. That's easily another $800 in my pocket from where I'm on disability. And it is in person, but a lot of it is just bench work, working with nematodes, working with worms, on auger plates under the microscope. And a lot of it involves genotyping, so I'm going to apply for that. It's kind of my, pulling a Hail Mary gambit if it doesn't work out, because come October, I'm going to run out of Cobra. I think it's starting in November. I won't have health insurance through the university anymore. And number one. And number two, I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be on qualified for disability. If the government covers me, then I'm not sure if the private insurance company through the university will continue covering me. And plus, at some point, I want to move on. So come June, they're supposed to make a determination about the short-term disability, probably in relation to whether or not I'm covered with the long-term disability, and then I have to provide medical documentation, even though my doctors basically said, yes, he's disabled. But, if I'm only earning the amount through the government and it's less what I'm getting now, there's no way, because I'm already burning through my money. And we'll see about taxes from this past year. Hopefully none are due. If not, I might owe the government like $2,500, $3,000. Anyways, I don't need to rehash all of it. I just want to kind of give you an update. I'm going to pee real quick, and then we shall continue. So 1 second, I'll be right back. Oh, okay. Fun time. SuperHappyFunPack.com. Featuring SpongeBob, the SquarePants guy. Featuring Oddity. And featuring Neil, whatever his online name is. What is Neil's online alias? You don't have to share the full name if you don't want to. Privacy reasons, but I was just curious what he calls himself. Weedwhacker 9000, you said? That makes a lot of sense. Just kidding. So I said to the guy, it really was a Weedwhacker. Herp. He had one when I played Persona 5. He only joined Twitch, for some days. Oh, he quit? Like, he doesn't have, like, a persistent profile? Is he, like, paranoid about, like, the mining phase of the internet, which we're on? Like, where, like, a single identity is tracked across it, and we're tracked warrantlessly, and to have our information sold and shit, and, like, just so we're, like, not gonna have, like, freedom anymore, and we're gonna have, like, a single sign-on, so that way we're, like, all, like, basically warrantless wiretapping of our phones and all that other shit. The interest of national security, when in reality the government's just basically spying on all of us all the time, and that's why Made Safe is going to be super important. I forgot what it is. I actually meant to ask him, thinking about it the other night. He only joined to watch me. Not as a moderator. Not to help out with your modding. Shit. Perhaps. Oh, I can go down there. Should I go down there though? I don't know if I should. He's just not really into digital communication. I don't know how to describe it. I don't think he has said anything about security. Well, it's smart of him. With him being younger especially, I know he's not that much younger than us. What, like 5, 8 years younger maybe? I'm just guessing. Yeah, like maybe 7 or 8 years younger. Good on him for like digital detoxing, not buying into like the digital shit. That is really bad for everyone. Really. Yeah, like some of the things on Facebook when in high school. Oh wow. Popular guy.
You ready for some fun?
So it's my turn?
Thank you. Oh shit, she's going now.
Leave it to me. Fear me.
If you insist.
Some characters just are not very good in the air, I feel like. I guess Yuki's pretty good. Weirdly has the winner side. That's so weird. He had a girlfriend. But he had girlfriends and such. Oh, cool. That's a good sign.
Keep up the pressure, okay?
I mean, I get the loner side. I used to feel like I was like the biggest socialite growing up. But then high school happened, and depression happened. And, I mean, not you, not Scott, but the friends that I did have that still did move away and still went to the same high school. Like, listen, everyone's getting their own identity, but they were especially cruel to me, and I was especially a sensitive kid back then. And all I wanted to do was, like, I don't know, be the friend, you know? Not in a competition sense, but I was the friend that, like, a common friend that a lot of people knew and became friends with other friends. Not that I need to wear that as a penance prize, but I'm just saying I was really busy. And a lot of people knew, I was a mutual person, people knew why they knew each other, like connected up friend groups and whatnot. But come high school, with the depression and then pulling away and just being straight up cruel to me, I used to cry and used to be super upset. And really the way that I am today and going through cancer and all those other traumas, employed the same strategy, but what I'm basically just trying to get at is, like, I don't take it on much anymore. Like, I'm not upset that I'm alone. Like I used to be. Like, I felt like, oh, I need to, like, have a girlfriend, or I need someone in my life, or I need friends. And don't get me wrong, I'm all about friends, and I'm all about even a significant other, as long as it's not a waste of time. As long as she's not like an acquaintance that I decide to become sexually active with or some stupid thing like that. But someone that actually genuinely loves and cares about me. Even better yet, I know it sounds stupid, people gawk at me when I say this, but let's be friends beforehand. Let's make sure we can stand each other before we start sharing each other's bodies and shit, you know? I know that's not the way that Americans operate, and I don't mean to criticize, but I find with, like, being just friends with the opposite sex, you know, there not being any expectations. But I'm very selective when it comes to my friends. So, anyways, the bottom line is the whole owner thing used to really bother me. Point I cry about it. Point I would relish in video games, just double down on playing StarCraft and things like that. But with the way I am now, I'm not especially hot and bothered. Like, I've only have a couple close friends, and I don't really have much in the way of love interests or girlfriends. I would be down to have, like, friends that are girls. This doesn't happen too much. I'd say in the future I'll try to open myself up more to that. I know there's always like that dynamic, probably more than from the guys than the girls, you know, with demonstrating interest in a friendship in a way that can make things weird. But bottom line is, I'm not about fake relationships, and I'm not so desperate like I was as a kid, like for people's acceptance and to be judged. I was so worried about that, like to be seen as like misinterpreted for who I am. And nowadays I don't really care so much about that. I derive a lot of my identity from myself and learning from myself and leading my own company alone. So I'm not sure if you have an experience like that when growing up, but I did. And I'm really at peace with it. Now, sometimes does it feel like I'm just like letting my youth pass me by without doing enough? Yeah, sometimes sorta. But I also look at like how fucked up and hard the world is, and how our generation was like one of the last generations that understood what it was like to like not be on the internet, right? So I don't know if that makes any sense at all, but so I'm less upset about it. I mean, yes, I think human connection's good for all of our souls, but it depends on who you hang around with, right? There's some relationships and some types of connections that are so like superficial and non-meaningful that like just cause more damage to try to hold on to a relationship that's not even really a relationship, right? It's just like a way for people to like steal and abuse our trust, etc. And some people like walk around, they're like, oh yeah, we're friends with so-and-so. It's like, is that person really your friend when they like lie, cheat, and steal from you? Kind of like you can make better friends. So I'd rather be alone than deal with acquaintances that like do shitty things to me, you know? I'm not that desperate for people's acceptance. Now do I look at myself like very critically in today's world and say, oh, I need to really like make sure I'm doing this? No, if anything, I'm probably erred on the side of being more of a loner, which is not good, but I'm not like upset about it. I don't think I'm pathetic. I don't feel pathetic like I was when I was a kid. So I wasn't hanging out with friends because I gained, you know, I changed so much of my identity through that sort of thing. So, anyways, it is what it is, but sad. I'm actually kind of grateful I don't care as much, but it probably works against me too. If I did care more, I'd probably, you know, step outside my comfort zone and try more things. But at the same time, you know, as an adult, do I want to go meet people at a bar, or would I rather meet people like taking a Bob Ross class or something? And I think that number one complaint between you and me and a lot of people is that, you know, leaving the house costs money, right? To do activities and whatnot. And not everything, but a lot of things do. And with how poor I am, and how, like, we're in the Amazon generation, like, I'm glad I'm not the only person, but kind of a norm now, you know? I'm not saying that's a good thing, but definitely doesn't make me feel as weird. As some people probably feel weird, like, spending time alone during the pandemic for the first time. They're like, oh my God, I want to kill myself, this is awful. Well, I've already been there, done that, you know, like, there's insecurities and whatnot a long time ago. So, pandemic, the fact that it's already into video games and stuff, I mean, don't get me wrong, it was depressing to see what's going on in the world and people dying on ventilators and all that jazz, but I was not as hot and bothered as some people were about it, because I'd already lived like that kind of depressing prison at home sort of thing. Kind of normal for me, sadly, I guess. I'm glad our physiology holds on when our mind doesn't, because there have been plenty of times I've been depressed or down or held dread in my heart about things, and fortunately I've not lost my youth entirely. I think I still look pretty youthful. Been blessed in that sense. And I'm still technically young. I mean, I'm going to be turning 40 in a few years, but so I know I need to be like trying to make more effort about friends and stuff. And as far as like if I'm going to have kids, it better happen pretty soon. Even though it's more complicated for me since chemotherapy made me sterile and whatnot, but it's still technically possible under the right circumstances. So that's even all the more reason why I've considered like the France thing, because changing everything would mean like I have none of like the triggers here, like none of the doubts. Like I would just have to go with the flow and just like go, So I think it'd be a good opportunity to like make a bunch of new friends. Not that I wouldn't completely buy to my old ones, but and then like entirely new experiences, like speaking an entirely different language all the time, changing up the environment that drastically. I don't know. Part of me also may feel sad about considering that though, just because. I don't know. We probably keep the house and rent it out for a while just to make sure that the move's for sure. I really want to commit to it, but plan is to visit there, and then I don't know the time frame. It's probably going to take a couple of years, but we'll see. Until consider a move, and between the language barrier and everything else, just it's really really scary. Sometimes like I'll wake up from being half asleep, like almost practically ready to scream, either because of mortality, because I know I'm going to die one day, and that thought scares me. As much as I like looking into Buddhist beliefs and all that shit. But the other flavor of it is like, oh man, my life is passing by and I don't want to live with regret. And unfortunately, I kind of insufferably do sometimes, And it's become kind of my moon. It's not the best thing, but see what you wrote. Yeah, I think there can be unspoken competitive side to people. Like a mutual understanding that people are playing a game. Yeah, exactly. They treat life like a game. Like they're speeding. They're like holding a gun to your head by tailgating you. They're super impatient and they're fucking rude by default. Yeah, it's like that except by extension. For strangers even. They treat it like a game much like the same way. Just irreverent, lack of respect. I guess a lack of connection, a lack of meaning. More want to fuck each other over both literally and figuratively, am I right? There's this young coworker manager. He was married with a kid, and he dedicated so much of his energy making sure that his family works out. Wow. So is he trying to like do the work of all people in the relationship? Is his significant other not like reciprocating, or is he just nervous and paranoid that like does he go up to him and say like, are we okay? Or are you going to dump me? Are you going to divorce me? Does he like ask her daily if he's going to get divorced? Because I had a friend growing up, I'm not sure if you remember Thomas, but he used to ask me that all the time. He was super insecure growing up. He said, are we still friends? And I actually had another friend that did exactly the same thing. He asked me on a regular basis. I started kind of getting pissed off about it. First I was like, yeah, of course, man, we're friends. Like, what makes you think that? But I kept getting brought up over and over and over. And then finally, I didn't really understand it as insecurity. I mean, I did, but I thought it was kind of like, why do you keep asking me this? I've made it clear, and they were kind of coming across pathetic. Actually, now that I think of it, 3 separate friends that did that. And so after a while, I actually kind of lost it. And so every time they bring up past a certain point, I'd say, I'm like, will you please stop fucking asking it? The answer is yes. Like, you're making me not want to be your friend because you ask so frequently about it. Which I imagine if you want to do everything correct in the modern liberalistic real sense, it takes so much time, effort, and money. It's true, yeah, like if you want to actually have a relationship that involves planning rather than just like winging it, YOLOing it, that's more on the part of liberals, right? Versus, no offense, but Republicans, they don't plan. They don't care if they get themselves in a bad situation with kids, and it is hurting liberals as far as reproduction. But you just look at how expensive life is, and look at if you're pursuing a secondary degree, you know, like your undergraduate or a secondary degree, like a lot of professionals will put off until they have like a house, a down payment on a house, or some semblance. And unfortunately, in today's world, it's like more and more impossible to live comfortably, you know, even with the college education, even with the trade skills, even with the years of experience. I mean, I have 5 years of experience in research and over 5 years in tech, dude. And I haven't begged for a job, but I've sold myself really well on my material and the interviews, and they won't hire me. It's bizarre. Why? Because there's just too many people that live here. And maybe they also don't like my personality when it comes to work ethic. I don't know. But it's a hard read. I think a lot of people, you're right, a lot of people play the game of life, not... But I will say one thing that I do like about myself, even though I treat life way too serious sometimes, is those strategies have to actually work for my overall advantage more often than not. I mean, not like in a day in and day out kind of way, but when something bad happens, I've had the extra money saved. Or if I erred on the side of caution with the way I interact with someone and been observing and not like fully come out and said things, or been quick to judge to say that person's a good person in my mind or whatever. I give people the benefit of the doubt and I think mutually about them. But, you know, like my caution and the way that I approach things is meticulous in a way that kind of makes me sick as a human being. But there have been situations that have made me prove that I should not trust that person, or I should not, I should be careful going into this, dating this girl or something. And I've heard stories, and well, you already know about Maddie, what happened with that. Yeah, dude, I'm so glad I was like cautious and careful, because not just for like protecting myself with hurting, but I could see her being a manipulative person that would make up some bullshit that I raped her or something, which is not at all true. Not because I've ever been... No one would ever think that about me, number one. Number two, it's never happened. But number three, she's delusional. She's schizophrenic and bipolar. That, you know, even though she wanted to fuck my bones, I could totally see, like, if that would have happened, hypothetically, and then we would have gotten into a fight or broken up or something in this hypothetical situation, she would have totally probably went to the police and to get back at me and ruin my life would have made up some bullshit story after having sex with me that I raped her or some stupid bullshit like that. So that's the other part that kind of like jades us about the world. It's already hard enough to live, but then people are losing their fucking damn minds at the same time, and then other people are just fucking playing games with one another. You know, so irreverently that it just, I don't know, I don't understand. I'm much more meticulous, much more, you know, not quick to judge or quick to react, but sometimes I think that works to my detriment and not in my favor, because sometimes it means I don't stand up for myself, etc. But I've gotten a lot better, especially with spending time alone. I don't want the bullshit. So if I ever make it into another serious relationship, I made a promise with myself that I'm going to call people out when I see it. I'm not going to be mean. I'm going to wait for a pattern to emerge, but, you know, if it's like what happened with Becky, where I'm just doing the work of both sides, and, you know, she pushes me away when I try to get close to her, makes some bullshit excuse about how she was raped. I like literally just, and I'm not saying she wasn't, but she doesn't even have a memory if she was or not. It's not clear. She just remembers waking up and having regrets after drinking. And she never even got tested, but she holds that on in her head the way that she does, in a way that's like not helpful to her. It literally just pushes people further away from her, and she's already a pretty cold and closed up person anyhow, so. All right, I'm gonna read this last bit and I'll continue playing, sorry. I enjoyed the good conversation though. I'm a little, but really, more than anything, I'm actually putting some chapstick in my nose because it's just dry. Let's see. So I imagine if you want to do everything correct in the modern political... Oh, I was going to say, the fact that I'm a perfectionist, that has also helped me to, like, not get, like, tickets, or I've not really been in any quote-unquote close calls, but financially there have been, or, like, situations that might seem dangerous or something, I've been able to identify that and avoid it before it happens. So if I was not the way that I am, or sometimes I love the way I am and sometimes I hate the way I am, including emotional intelligence and being there for other people's needs by default, I could have been in like worse situations, but let's see. You haven't heard much about her. I mean, to ask how they met, all weird. Yep, that's exactly how this coworker is. Opposite of Republican for the most part, yet has a family which pushes him into the conservative realm. Oh, I bet that's uncomfortable. I bet family dinner's awkward, if not estranged. Yeah, you seem to be in limbo where you have developed your character and waiting for a certain group of persons. Exactly. Yeah, I've been stuck in limbo with just everything that's happened in my life, and you know, the fact that I'm hearing from Scott, he's actually thinking of leaving the country as an expat. I think eventually something I'm going to explore. I don't know, something permanent though, and I haven't even taken a trip to France to know, but there's just general discontent with the culture here. And another factor is it's just becoming harder and harder to live, more and more expensive. As the richer become richer in America, you know, safeguarding and gatekeeping the real estate, and gatekeeping, like, you know, we're consumers of the system. And everything becomes so anti-competitive, so antitrust, so FEC not doing their job, and then the political tensions with the division. I just told myself, for the longest time I said, that's just the way the world is. It's a world market, a world economy. I mean, the U.S. sets the pace of everything, and every other country models themselves after the United States, which is not maybe 100% true, but for the most part in the developed world, it is true. At least I thought. But I told myself, and up until, I don't know, fairly recently, like the past 6 months to a year, since all this bad shit's happened to me, and I'm just seeking a change, and I think speaking another language and having these new experiences could help reset my life. But ultimately, I told myself that, you know, happiness and fun does not exist. It's all just a grind, right? It's a rat race. But I'm just going to tell you, if I found in another country that it was possible to find happiness, have genuine connections where it's not hard to meet people, you don't have to go on the internet on like Plenty of Fish or Tinder or any one of those sites to make friends, but you could just have organic conversation, and people spend enough time outside that they get to know one another, and people are more naturally trusting, and people are naturally nicer, and the crime's low. There's not a reason why people necessarily need to be fearful, maybe cautious. I would be up to making new friends. I would be up to, like, even if, you know, there was less pay or whatever. I mean, obviously I need to earn a living, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, you know, the 71 versus 81,000, like in France, I guess the average is like 40, anywhere between 45 and 48,000, which is still more than I make here. You know, 35-hour work weeks turn to be 32-hour work weeks, and everyone pays into the health insurance. You can sign up for a supplement, but like the most out of pocket you'll pay for health once you're a French citizen is $400 a year. So the point is, I've told myself for a long time that it's going to be worse in other countries. It's not going to be better. And if anything, it's going to be like the United States, except worse. But as I've been flirting with the idea, I've been finding out that actually, according to some people, it does exist. I mean, I have to see it for the first time. I have to experience it for the first time myself, you know. Start with a vacation, but ultimately I think the plan is, you know, at some point would be to actually move there, you know, assimilate, learn the language, etc. And if life is better, dude, even if life is 25 to 35% better, maybe as little as even 15% better, but I argue 25 to 35% better or more, I don't know, man. I don't want to say for certain, but eventually, if after 5 or 10 years there, I might renounce my United States citizenship, just become a full French citizen or wherever I end up, right? I don't think there's any reason to renounce it, but I'm just saying, like, literally, if I have so much regret from being stuck out here, you know, having wasted years of my life just working so hard for no real reward, nothing to really look forward to, no way to really make new friends, because the older you get, the harder it is, just not the opportunities, and people think you're fucking weird if you talk to them out in public nowadays, at least in this culture. I mean, I'm not sure if I would want to live in a purely collectivist culture, but I'm very open to people networking and getting to know people and finding natural, organic friendships and love interests. Not all this fake shit, and we've virtualized all of it, all for the sake of convenience. No, all in the sake of control. They've given that control to these big companies, and are there any companies that can compete with those big companies? No. Facebook doesn't really have competition. Google doesn't really have competition. I mean, in their unique, you know, sectors. And how many times do you hear, like, oh, Amazon bought up this other company. Amazon's doing prescriptions now. It's like, listen, little Zach would love the technology age we live in, but it's all being abused against us. There's even an algorithm to decide what the rent needs to be. It's called Real Pages. They're currently being investigated by the government, whether or not it'll lead to a lawsuit or not. The reason, in part, why rent is so high is because they have computerized and algorithmized rent prices, and no one ever deviates from it. So that's the reason why you're seeing year after year, month after month, the cost of living go up. It's just making people insanely fucking rich. And if this is all operating within an anti-competitive, antitrust market, which it is, well, guess what's happening to lower class people? Lower class people were already screwed prior to the pandemic and prior to all these abuses with technology. But the middle class is now becoming as broke as the lower class. So like literally, instead of it being low income, middle income, high income, it's now low income and high income, pretty much. I mean, to give you an idea, in this area, if it's possible, I think there's a huge wait list. It is considered, if you make less than $76,000 in Boulder County, you are considered not indigent, but you're considered low income, and so you can get help with housing. I mean, the amount of housing that they built for this purpose is so little that it's hard. But if you get it, means you can actually get a starter home for like, I forget how much it is. I think it's like 100,000 versus, I don't know, 1.5 to 2 million. I mean, even the house we live in, originally, when my mom purchased it in 1991, obviously not flat out in cash, had a mortgage and stuff, 177,000, which was a lot for back then for a house. This house is now worth $2 million. Okay, that's the one good thing. Now, wages have gone up? No. Wages have gone up barely anything. And now they're asking basically, I forget what percentage of your yearly salary it is. I think it's like 13,000% of your yearly salary to be able to pay off the house or something like that. It's insane. It's fucking insane. So I feel like I'm being exploited. I think a lot of people in America are being exploited. That's the reason why the American people, whether you're Republican or Democrat, are so fucking pissed. Instead of us attacking one another, we need to... And Trump's stupid promises about draining the swamp, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. We need to come together, or some political president that literally stops the bullshit and helps the everyday person out, like in tangible, realistic ways. And we need to stop paying so much fucking money on national defense. You know, like if we were to even take 20%, 50% of what we spent in the past 50 years on national defense, we would have socialized healthcare. We would have socialized, I'm not saying entirely, but pretty close, socialized higher education. But we don't. And we can't even fix our fucking streets. And all of us taxpayers are paying for all this, and we're not getting results. So no wonder people are getting pissed. You know, I'm not saying it's excusable, but some people can't emotionally regulate, become unhinged, and decide they want to hurt other people. I don't condone it. I'd never do it personally. But you can kind of understand why America's losing its fucking marbles, losing its fucking mind. And then we're handing all these people fucking guns. Fucked up. So anyways, like I said, if there's another country that doesn't operate on those principles, but instead principles of like what naturally brings people happiness and shit, man, I can't tell you how excited I am about it. But I'm also very scared about the world. Let me see what else you wrote here. Yeah, he estranged his mom. Yeah, politics is stuck in hell, literal hell. And the goddamn Bible itself is filling prophecy bullshit. Yep. Amen to that. Dude, for the longest time, I honestly thought there was something wrong with me. I honestly thought the reason why I feel the way that I do is because of all the individual stuff that's happened to me in my life and that I've learned traumas and whatnot. But there's still a lot of pain in this world just on top of that with the pandemic, you know, beyond it. And I've seen people become closed up. I used to think it was just, you know, the depression, trauma, bad things that happened in my life, which I've let a lot of it go. But nonetheless, I think people as a whole are not doing well. So it doesn't help that I've had bad stuff happen in my life in addition to that. So that's what has made it confounding. And I was not sure, but I'm more certain of myself now than I have in the past that there's a component of it that's definitely for the world. There's definitely coming bad energy out in the ether, all which one direction. And, you know, as much as we try to shield ourselves and say, I'm not going to watch the news, I'm going to meditate, etc. And don't get me wrong, if you get out of that headspace and work on your own world, your micro world, rather than focusing on the whole macro world. That is helpful. But we are affected by decisions like deciding they want to get rid of Obamacare, Republicans do, or Republicans deciding that they're going to cancel Social Security for people, or that they're going to make abortion illegal, or the myriad of things that Republicans attack on a regular basis for absolutely no reason. Wildly unpopular decisions, in my own personal view. And then Democrats are not doing a ton to make it much better either. But I do think that, in my own political view and experience, people could argue with me about this, but I think Democrats are the lesser of the two evils. Like I said, it's either Coke or Pepsi, and really we want a third option. We want a Josta, we want a Dr. Pepper, we want a 7-Up. We don't want just to have to select between two bad things. And that's what it feels like. It feels like two bad things. And it shouldn't feel like two bad things. That's reality. Wish we live. Not okay. Literally, if everyone went on strike for a week, with GDP crashing and whatnot, I can guarantee you the government would force the rich to pay their fair share. They would be forced to put social support systems in place. They'd be forced to do so much shit.
Maybe you're low on live stream or something?
Oh, do I need live stream energy to do this? Exactly. The writer's strike, and people could do it even with Netflix and Hulu. They're not competing with each other. They just keep raising the prices, and they keep saying, oh yeah, we're going to match the prices. They're not going to lower it to be competitive. Like, the price and things are never going to be lowered from where they are. They just keep going up and up and up. And there's anti-competitive practices where they're all colluding with one another. They just keep getting more and more expensive. I mean, I promise you, if things continue on the path that they are, and I shouldn't promise you, because I don't want to be right about this, but in the next 50 years, if America keeps doing what it's doing, or the world at large keeps doing what it's doing, but I think it's America, I think it's certain developed nations keep doing what they're doing, especially a monetary system that's not backed by gold, is backed by a dilute worth pool that every time we print money, it's borrowed against, and the bankers are making fucking, every time our government needs to make a bond, they print that money, and as you know, it's already taxed and shit. The bottom line is, we're taxed up the asshole. There's not one thing that we don't pay taxes on. We even pay what's called a death tax. We get taxed even if we die. Pretty soon we're going to be taxed on breathing. Pretty soon we're going to be taxed on water quality. And these are all things that industry did to fuck it up, and we're going to be paying the price on it. And don't even get me started with mental health. That's a whole other matter in this country. But the moral of the story I'm just trying to say is, if we as a people got together and demanded different, and I mean really actually demanded, like actually went on strike, yeah, like how the writers did. I still think the writers are going to, and creators are going to, creative artists are going to get fucked when it comes to AI anyways. But at least they, for the interim, as a stopgap measure, said, hey, we're not taking it, otherwise we're going to leave. So they've gotten better pay and some more power back. I love how in our country we say, unions are the devil. You know what? If corporations were really watching out for us, provided us health insurance, saw our value of working for them for 20 years without just turning around and firing us because we have to take some time off because we have cancer diagnosis, whatever. So that's where, listen, I'm not sure if other countries are the answer. Last thing I would want to do is contribute to, in a way that, like, people moving to Colorado, how they ruined my state. Sorry to say, it's just factual. A million people moving here, a lot from California especially. Sorry, but you ruined my state, straight up. It's not at all the same. You've done wonders for our housing market, sure, but if you're not owning it, doesn't help anyone. And it's all relative anyways, because the cost of everything is more expensive out here anyways. But like I said, if I could find a bastion, a last bastion, hopefully not the last, but many bastions out in the world, where life is not as hard, where there's a work-life balance, where you're valued for who you are, you're not simply going to be let go, if and when it's convenient, due to stakeholders and stockholders. I'm just telling you, the priority's all fucked up, and it's all about the money. And for people like you and I, at least for me, I don't care that much about money. I don't expect to be a millionaire. Now, do I expect to earn enough to earn a living and live comfortably? And do I expect to have some recognition for the fact that I have 10 years of experience out of college and I'm not earning better? Yeah, I do. I'm sorry. And I don't think I should have to get down on my hands and knees and beg for that. And I don't think we should have to... Listen, I'm grateful to God, I'm grateful to higher power for all the basic stuff. The fact that I have my mom, the fact that I have shelter, the fact that even though I'm not financially making it on disability, all that stuff, you know, I know my mom has my back, but I'm not trying to make it her burden. And I'm just trying to find gainful employment. You think with all this experience, that should be a problem, but with all these fuckers that have moved here, dude, they're ruining it. So why did I even bring all that up? It's just to say that basically, if I move to France, I hope and pray to God now that, you know, after 10 or 15 years, not everyone gets the same fucking idea and ruins it there too. It's selfish to say maybe, but honestly, I've lived in Colorado my entire life and I've seen the change. And I'm going to tell you, it is a direct result of people moving here, 110%. It was the legalization of weed that really, I mean, listen, a lot of people that visit the Colorado Boulder area always said, oh man, that's such a cool place. One day I'd like to live there, in fairness. But the ultimate sole motivator was the legalization of weed. And then Google moved here and, you know, a lot of companies followed suit. And I don't mind sharing my state with people, but it's gotten to be excessive. Like, even the culture's different. Like, people think it's all about mountains and shit. But locals, it really is not. Some of the cities, there are places suffering, but... So, you know, what they associate with Colorado is purely tourist type shit. And my own thing. So, but yeah, if I could find a better life in France, even if it means learning another language, I'm all about it. I would love to find my soulmate, to actually have the opportunity at artificial insemination or injection, you know, and actually parent a child and actually be a father to either a son or a daughter or a pair of twins. And I'm running out of time. I'm midlife crisis, right? I'm going to be turning 40 here pretty soon. Not this year, but next year. And I'm running out of time and running out of youth. So it would be, what I'm hoping is a completely unexpected surprise is that I move out there and I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm so pissed at myself. I wasted so many years thinking I couldn't have it better. And I hope that if it does feel that way, I'm not hard on myself, number one. But number two, I also hope that, like, truly, I'll start living so much and being so happy and having so much fun and having balance in my life that just where things feel so good, like having a sense of family and whatnot, that I will just feel empowered and I feel like a rebirth, just like this game. I feel a natural rebirth to things. So, you know, if and when the move happens, I intend on video logging. I mean, probably for my friends, for the people I know here, and people that are curious about, you know, kind of like the health logs, keep up to date with people on Facebook. But at the same time, I'm cautious with sharing such a thing because maybe they'll move there and everyone moves there. Word of mouth, no. You know, to be honest, and if it makes a measurable difference in my life, man, oh, it's going to be painful to have to face that. It's going to be really painful to have to face that reality. But at the same time, I'll be so grateful that it happened and be glad that the decision happened. Obviously, when I wish it would have happened sooner, that it happened. That it eventually did happen. So that's pretty much the crux of it. Am I right? No, I'm not sure. I don't know. But if I'm not, at least, you know, by keeping the house, there'd be renting it. There'd be a chance for a period of a couple of years to 5, 10 years, depending on how long we decide to keep it, to be able to move back if something happens. So it's not like it's like a one-way trip. But I think kind of the goal, though, is if everything works out well, it would be to make it mostly a one-way trip. Obviously, sure, come back to the States to visit family and maybe friends and stuff. And but if really loving it there, I mean, no offense, but I kind of want to burn things, you know, just move on. I feel like I've been stuck with my life for such a long period of time. Not because I'm willing to like mentally let go of it, but because situations that force me to have to hold on to it in a way that just doesn't sit right with my soul, you know? I guess that's the best way to describe it. True what you wrote down. But yeah, when you say literal hell, that's what it feels like. Yeah, way too much. I can't hear your voice when battles start. Otherwise, I can hear you. Okay. Sorry about that. You know what I can do is I could stand to turn down a little bit, to be honest. How's the music right now? Because the music sounds kind of loud to me. So I'm thinking SFX volume down. Speech volume. We have SFX volume down. So why don't we turn it down to... So first, relative to here, music volume a little bit lower. So I think I'm going to do like a 6 and a 7. We'll go from there. Yeah, let's just try that and let me know if that's... song volume also. There we go. But then there's your own enjoyment. Yeah, it's been a little loud. If I sound loud in microphones, because I'm always like feeling like it's a loud room. It's not, but then when it's quiet, it's quiet. But the fact that I'm wearing headphones, I think it'll be all the more better. What the hell was that? Heard a little loud, so I must have done YouTube making noise. Okay. I think we're ready to enter the energy in. Sorry I've been dragging my feet with this. I've just been, like, I guess more or less expressing myself. The fact that you're an open ear to allow me to express it. Thank you for that, my friend. I don't mean to vent on you, but I'm also kind of offering you some insight into my mind. I know I have before, so I don't mean to hit a horse over the head 10 times. Plus, I'm a little wolfy. I'm feeling okay in the moment. Feeling pretty good. And I just want to, I don't know, man. I just want things to be good in my life. And I'm probably the same way you feel when it comes to your living arrangement. I'm over the whole fact that, I don't feel this way at this point, but I'm all over the fact that, like, shouldn't internalize feeling like a loser given the fact that I live at home. A lot of people live at home because it's just virtually fucking impossible, so the starter home is no longer a thing. And they've got employers that don't want to pay you enough or give you shitty hours or some combination therein. It's your job to be completely and utterly obsessed with your job without being compensated as such. And everything's in at-will state, you know? At least in France, when you get a contract, which might be a little bit harder to get, they cannot let you go. I mean, it's not to say that you should develop the bad habit of not caring once you obtain a contract. But the point is, there are several layers of security for French citizens whom are employees, for them to be given, you know, some of the same securities and rights as employers, aka at will, at home, doesn't work to our advantage. It basically just tells an employer that they can let us go for any reason at any time, even though they say, well, that also means you can quit a job at any reason at any time. Well, sure, compared to a contract, but I've never, well, I mean, I guess they're a little more common, but I've never really heard of such thing as a contract, especially a mutual two-way contract with a company that works in the, to the benefit of both parties in the traditional sense, but obviously a contract really does do that as they're negotiating. I'm just saying I don't hear very much about contract work. It's more about at-will employment, and basically they can fire you for blinking the wrong way, you know, or not showing up or whatever. But as it turns out, in France, once you have a contract, not saying you should, but you could technically, like, not show up and do all this stuff, and it's really hard to get fired. It's not impossible, but much more difficult than here. I've never been fired at a job, but I already work really, really hard and let work be a really big source of stress because of how much I care, probably more than your average person cares about their job. And then, like I said though, it doesn't pay well, considering I'm a better employee. Which one should I be using here? I mean, there's two. If I don't lock, is there like an order in which one I need to lock so I don't run out of energy, or do I have enough for both energies is the question. That I'm not sure about. So is that one? Or is that one? I mean, this looks like the main one. I feel like I should do this one. There's that items
I
back
think
there.
you might need more spiritual energy.
Can I do this one? Nope. Okay. Well, where the fuck am I gonna find the live stream? Okay, this is concerning. I just have to be really careful how I retread things and see if I can find their sources of energy. Like, what have I missed? Did I miss this platform? I must have. There is some energy up here. Oh yeah, I haven't gotten this yet. Can I just like regenerate from this pool here? Nope. Has to be energy. Can't be water, Zach. Fucking idiot. I really want to get a Nixie clock, by the way. I've been wanting one for like the past, probably 3 years. You know, it's the kind of clock that has the digits from the beginning of Final Fantasy VII with the countdown sequence. Those are Nixie tubes. They're like World War II, pre-World War II, post-World War II. I think pre- and World War II Soviet technology. Before you label me as a communist, no, I'm just joking. They're really cool. They're like bulbs that, they're called Nixie tubes. Type in N-I-X-I-E, Nixie, N-I-X-I-E, tube, 2 words, on Google Images, and you can see what they look like. They have several on Amazon, but they also have some like more designer shit as well. But basically, you know the digits that start the countdown sequence for evacuating from the Midgar reactor, the Mako reactor? Well, as it turns out, those are Nixie digits. And they're really, really cool. Hard to describe. Definitely a steampunk aesthetic. Yeah, and they're kind of expensive, unfortunately. But I think they come down in price with all the inflation shit, or so it seems at least. Seems like energy just spawns randomly because it collects over all over here. Well, I don't mean to complain. So you see that area down there? I think that would allow me to get into that place. Well, there are multiple. Why are they all reset? Maybe all of them are not reset. But the bottom line is, one of them goes to an item that I passed up that box. I don't know where. Is it here? I kind of open up other areas, so I'm just trying to not proceed until I get the right areas honed in. So I'll try this one. I have to reactivate that every single time there. Oh, let's find some more.
A bit more of that planet power.
Oh yeah, see, I don't have enough. Ugh. See, this is kind of annoying. They've really made the process of finding live stream energy somewhat laborious and somewhat annoying here. Not to be negative, but like, what the hell's going on? I don't mind to like some degree the fact we have to like scavenger hunt this shit. I even appreciate how there's contrast on the ground. Oh, here we go. Just finding them. But at the same time, I feel like every time I apply that energy, I'll lose it. It does not save in the vessels. Maybe it does, but I'm just not seeing. Crystals? Maybe I should be. I'm completely utterly clueless to be tracked. Final way of saying it is fucking bizarre. I'm not sure if I'm being punished because I'm a bad player. Whoa! There's one right here. Oh! I can take them out of the holders? No fucking way. They can also go in here too, right? Which I haven't done yet. Oh, I was already in here. Never mind. I just found the sneaky land. So I see. Is that energy over there? I'm guessing Aerith's container, like spirit vessel inside of her, is only so big. So I wonder if you collect, if it'll just deny you that collection, or if it's ultimately gonna like waste some of it in the process. That's the part that's still a little unclear to me. I just need to wait to see as I walk past things if there's that circle that appears indicating the filling of the life stream energy bar thing. I can't go down there, which is fine. I probably shouldn't want to. I'm trying to see what's down there though. If you go lower, that's pretty sure I can say about that. Life is like a box of chocolates, Lieutenant Diane. Oh yeah, adding insult to injury and a whole bunch of other weird things. If you know what the Mandela effect is, right? Supposedly they said that Forrest saying to a woman while he's on a park bench, life is like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're going to get. Apparently he never said that. He said, life is like chocolate. I can't remember what the fuck it is. Or Berenstain Bears, and a bunch of other shit. And then people are also saying that we're living in a simulation now. So like, either the truth doesn't matter anymore, or we're all becoming so neurotic that like we're losing our identity to the system and being manipulated. You know, that we're all like, even myself, like sometimes I'm like, Zach, why are you looking at UFO shit? You know, like, why are you doing that to yourself? You know, because I don't want to be considered like a conspiracy crazy person. But I think part of it is because I just kind of find it interesting. Yes, even as a scientist, like, I don't have any science to back it up, but I find the kind of thought exercise interesting, like other life in the universe. And I'm not saying that I've been abducted as a kid, but I had some really bad night terrors as a kid that match up with some of the dreams that other people have been abducted have had. So I don't know, it's just kind of interesting. But I also think with the pandemic and me losing my leg and all that stuff combined together, it's not like I'm losing my marbles completely, but when you run out of, I'm going to psychoanalyze myself and others for a moment here. I think when people run out of truth in the system, run out of things that they know are definitively tangible and considered nothing but truth, then we're left to our devices to create our own truth. Anyways, I need to be right back. Feel free to expand on that thought while I think about it while I'm urinating. I'll be right back. And we're back. Sorry. I just wanted to say hi to my mom, and I grabbed a few yogurts. I need to shit a pee. Oh, man. I think people just don't see stuff clearly 100%. I think about the Mandela effect when high and stuff. I think I found the answer to it, but I forgot. I think people just don't see stuff clearly 100% of the time, and Mandela is born. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like confusing the way that words are spelled, but they're common misspellings. Similar kind of thing, except with ideas, right? It's conflating ideas, I think. Today, I mean, in a way that, like, it's not even necessarily conflating, but it's also the way our brain works, too. Like, if someone thinks something's spelled a certain way, it doesn't necessarily mean that, like, the Super Hadron Collider booted up and created a multiverse and we're living in the dimensionality of two universes. I mean, according to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, maybe we are, but more that has to do with the fact that there's certain base understanding of the human brain and the way we process information that may lead to certain common fallacies that independently on their own we reach, kind of like how you might not talk to anyone, but you might have exactly the same idea because our base level of understanding of the world is shaped in a way that it doesn't come down to the DNA, but it sort of does as far as our personality and like brain development and understanding. And obviously, if we're educated the same way, that would be another factor. You know, when you see the similarities between twins, you could probe at that stuff more, especially if the person is dyslexic and sister's not dyslexic or whatever. The twin story kind of stuff. To probe at the genetic basis of it. Let's see. I would think people into aliens are crazy, but that's the 1 minute episode while on LSD felt some abduction type shit coming on. It felt like what I would feel like to be experimented on for 1 second. Now I listened to Shanabula track about alien attacks, and sonically he created something that reminded me of exactly that. His particular music reminds me of the Genshin quality dramatic flair, almost exactly for its main story composition. Ah, cool. Yeah, I'm not like 100% confident in aliens. I mean, it's interesting. I've always wondered like what component of it could be due to like sleep paralysis, versus like if there's something more to it, because there's a universal look to them. Like people that obviously with culture and popular culture, it's been informed, but there have been stories across multiple different cultures that may not be as privy to what an alien gray looks like, that say they look exactly the same, like they got the details down like Snatch. So I feel like there's something to it. The question is that like, are they multi-dimensional beings? Do they necessarily need to come from outer space? Are they living in the ocean? That sort of thing. And of course, I'm not approaching this at all from the point of science, because the point of science would say they don't exist, right? We spend so much effort, like with Voyager and sending up probes into space and sending signals with SETI and receiving signals with SETI, and we have not found anything. So if they're around, they're either dark foresting us because they don't want to be discovered because they're realize how destructive our race is, or they intend on killing us. They don't want us, to know, so they're being all Metal Gear Solid on us. Or, if they do exist, there's not that many of them. They're too far away from us, and they don't have like the technology to be able to warp like we think they do, because the universes are just too far apart from one another. It depends on the whole laws of the speed of light kind of thing. And like I said, it could be a different dimension kind of thing, or like, I don't know about time travel existing, but other than that, yeah, it's kind of hard to argue. I mean, you'd think if they existed, there would be like irrefutable evidence, like visual evidence by this point with cameras and everything else, and we don't have it. You can say, well, that's being suppressed. Maybe that's true, but with the internet, really? Like completely suppressed? Seems like once something gets out there, it gets leaked, it's like out there. So that's my main problem, is like we're in the information technology thing, and we still haven't seen like real solid concrete evidence or proof in that regard, like visually. We just hear stories and like have some really blurry images. Now, do I think our government's working on, you know, like vehicles that are capable of that stuff? Yeah, I would say so. And they've probably been successful with it. So that's the other possibility. It may be just us or foreign adversaries. Would be alien races balancing things, hopefully. Well-developed Earth-like planet like us probably gain attention by these multitudes of alien races. A less developed one might just have a destructive alien race destroy it for whatever reason. Yep. All I can tell you is a race and as a species, I honestly think if we put more resources towards like finding a cure for cancer, AIDS, problems with microplastics, all these kind of things, even if we used like mere percentages, like, I don't know, it's going to have to be a lot, but like 50% of the resources that were put into COVID to handle any one of these specific topics, I think we'd have it solved within 5 to 10 years. When I say solved, I don't mean completely solved, obviously, but a lot better than it is now. The problem is just not a priority for us as a race. So, you know, the question is, are we going to destroy ourselves before aliens make it here? Or do the aliens already destroy themselves before making it here? Or do they even exist in what we're seeing as like future forms of ourselves after post-nuclear war? Or whatever. Now, one thing I will say that's super, super interesting, I still find fascinating to this day, is how is it in old ancient literature there's documentation of these lights from the sky, and you could argue that they're angels, you know, or demons, but the hardest part, by far, look at ancient Egypt. Those structures were built, and they say, supposedly, and I don't really believe it as much, but those could not be built even in modern times. Too cost-prohibitively expensive, if not technically, logistically impossible. But in a lot of their hieroglyphs and various things point directly to, you know, sky people. So it's kind of bizarre. So when I say aliens, the question is, are they not from this planet or not from this universe? Instead, are they from a different dimension, or are they us in the future or something, like Big Bang looking backwards or something? I don't know. I think that's the part that's not clear. It seems to be that there's a lot of anecdotal evidence about it, but then there's not any actual real, like, forever tangible evidence about it, which is weird, you know? Like, you'd think that it would just be all over the place. There'd be so much of it. Yeah, Asians, more like aliens. A less developed one might just have destructive alien race destroy it for whatever reason. Asians. See, I was trying to get into this one. Oh, did I fix it? No, I didn't. Well, how the fuck do I get in there then? I did activate that node. Let me see if I can follow where this node is. Okay, so it's that tall building. Also activate that node. So when I go down here, would the node be above me? It's towards the end here. I'd like to be able to get that, whatever the fuck it's called, whether it's possible or not. Yeah, so it's that building right there. So if I activate that one, I think it should. So then the weird part is, where the fuck is all the energy? It must all be inside those containers. Okay, let's stop fucking around. You know, times like this, like I'm like, oh, I should have just fucking from the get-go done this other thing, and of course I didn't do it. So yes, I want to activate that last one, right? Because you see that? If it fills at the bottom there, which I think it will, then I'll be able to get it. So the question is, so it's this one. I think I'm gonna run out of fucking energy, but yeah, I'm gonna run out of energy. I think I have to collect all the energy. I'm gonna run out again. Watch. It's not enough to fill it up. I promise you.
Reach out for the energy.
Can I absorb it? See, I absorbed it from the wrong one now. I don't get it, man. It's not enough, so maybe I have to activate this one. Maybe it's going to open a path so I can get to the other one. I don't know. Or I just don't have enough fucking energy at all. This one I'm actually have enough for. Audience. I can tell you growing up as a kid when I watched X-Files, like, aliens fucking scared the fuck out of me, dude. And I grew up in my, my dad's place with my stepmom. I'll tell you, man, there was some weird shit that happened up at my house. I probably already told you about it, like the door opening and, oh, bad dreams, like night terrors. Like non-happy thoughts, let's put it that way. Very non-happy thoughts. Absolutely terrified. Now, I was a kid, of course. Imagination was running high and all that jazz, but still, it was like... So for the longest time, I intentionally avoided, like, thinking about this stuff and actively chose to, like, forget about it and not think about it because I thought, like, if I thought about it, that would make it true. And then for years, I didn't think about it at all. And it wasn't until 2017 that, the government came out and said, yeah, aliens exist. Well, sort of. That I got back into looking at, but not too regularly. It's mostly, to be honest, with losing my leg. I'm going to sound mental, but losing my leg and having the free time, and I guess just like wanting to believe in something more than the painful world, sort of. To like not an extreme degree, but just sort of a little bit of a degree. Especially since I've worked in science for all these years, I kind of, like flirted with just it. So I guess I'm a little more up to date. I'd say like probably the past 7-8 months, maybe. And it did start with like videos like on ghosts and slapped ham and things like that. And it was mostly got into that purely by accident. I don't watch them regularly because I don't like the ghost stuff. But because of exploring with Josh, who does Urbex, urban exploring stuff. So I think that's how like, the rabbit hole went down. I like looking at stuff on Reddit to those topics and a variety of other topics. Agreed. Yeah, dreams are bizarre. Sometimes I know it's just in my head and it's like a reflection of my memory processing. And then other times I'm like, it's absolutely not. It's something way more. As like I told you, at one point I astrally projected. I was able to activate my chakras. I actually realized that when we die, because I went up there, when we die, we just go back to the source and we choose to start a new character, essentially, and level up. And it's not like actually in the game. I'm just giving an analogy to it. It wasn't like that. But like who my brother was and who my dad was, we're all brothers and sisters to one another. So in another life, our paths might come across, but it's not sad because we're all brothers and sisters to one another on a deep level. It's just up there, we can't experience the pleasure or the pain like we can down here. And we come down here to learn and help one another. And some of us are angels, some of us, I don't know about the demon part. I guess presume some of us are demons. I don't remember that part of it. And really it comes down to being a good person. That's what more spirituality is about, religion is about being a good person, not about reading your Bible and shitting on one another, or whatever you do. Or saying that people that were not born in this country that didn't, grow up learning this religion are going to hell. That's antiquated, fear-mongering bullshit. And that there's more power in love than there is hate. Always. Same thing with light as well. Light versus dark. We always think that dark will consume all, but don't get me wrong, there's a lot of darkness. If you associate dark with bad, and then light with good. Yeah, you hear, the planet we live in has a lot of darkness. But there's also a lot of light in the world, hidden in various places. You just have to find it. And the more good light you put out there, the more, the more light will come your way. I do believe in, in simple terms, the law of attraction, or asking the universe for what you want, or spending all of your time thinking about negative thoughts, will further perpetuate negative thoughts, not just in your head, but in your life. I think it's the reason why I was able to make it through my cancer and stuff, to be quite honest with you, was because I decided that those thoughts were not helpful. If I wasn't careful, it's going to become a self-fulfilling prophecy. So it's my best interest to kind of like gaslight myself and tell myself that, like, well, it's not going to change it by worrying about it. And I was given a really bad prognosis, so I'm grateful to God and given a lot of chances in life, but at the end of the day, I think it does come down to mindset, and not that that's the end-all be-all. People always say mind over matter. I mean, we're all dealing with aspects of life that are complicated to be human, you know? It's stressful. It's full of as much a blessing as it is a curse to be human.
Watch out for high winds. Go on. That really sucks.
And I'm a firm proponent in behavior shapes outcome and beauty is change.
This one's for you. And too much?
The reason why people
Moving on then.
have bad lives, difficult lives, is either they were born into it, or they've had like bad influences, bad things happen in their life. And listen, I feel very lucky. I'm not saying like I have it all figured out and I'm deserving of the good life I have, but we are shaped by our environment in part, and bottom line, what I'm just trying to say is behavior shapes outcome in a way of like understanding the fundamental truth that this reminds me of Diablo, by the way, collecting of the essence. A similar kind of thing going on here, the dungeoning. But that ultimately we have a choice in the way we react to things, in the way we react to people, the way we treat people, the way we err on the side of being there for others versus ourselves, etc. I also believe in karma, so the idea is we tend to attract the thing we spend all of our energy on. Fortunately, it doesn't work out one-to-one, because if that was the case, then my life would probably be like complete utter shit, right? Just because of how bad shit happened. But also for that reason, our body hangs on, right? Like physiologically, even if, say, like we feel like we're dying inside with dread or whatever, fortunately our physiology hangs on. So it is a little more forgiving than that, but like I was saying, if we believe in ourselves and have confidence, we're more likely to succeed than if we doubt it. And then if we focus on all the negatives, we might attract those negatives into our life rather than trying to welcome or invite or ask the universe for those positive things. So those are just general statements. I'm not saying it's like end all be all, but I think I was gifted with the astral projection, just like I was gifted a few months ago with like direct dream about God. And like, I mean, it's going to sound cliche to say, but that God's really like right alongside me, and just not willing to like see Him, you know. Oh shit. So, and it's important, you know, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is that who we are and the energy we put out there, behavior shapes outcome in the way that
Good to go? So it's my turn?
if we're very reactive and angry, we're more likely to commit a crime or a transgression that involves violence, right? That's an example. Versus if we're super careful, I mean, some people that are super careful can internalize it and become violent, you know, implode and then explode. But
Watch out for high winds.
I think it's the reason why it's important that we're not selfish, you know.
This one's for you. Gotta get windy. You can do it. Don't worry about it.
Sorry, you're mine. Sick of it.
Here I go. You're going down. You're going down. Tell you what, got me now. You're going down. Got me now. You're lost. Come on. You're gonna get shot! Looking for me? Enjoy the ride! I think we're almost done. Hey, you ready?
This one's mine.
This one's for you!
I think you did all right back there.
Yeah, well, like, things are fucked in different ways. Opening literal figure of doors to other realms. And if you're a kid, it's more intense. Yeah, and I actually do feel like our pineal gland and, DMT and how they say that our pineal gland has become calcified, so we're like less spiritual people, kind of like brainwashing or whatever. Listen, I don't know the cause, effect, and the details about the pineal gland being calcified. I did take human physiology. But I will say this. Are kids creative? Are kids pure? And are kids able to see things that exist that we just chalk up to imaginary friend? We do. We even have kids that are very much aware of their past lives and remember dying from the past life with details that they would not themselves. Listen, I don't know if every case passes a snip test, especially with the internet nowadays. The fact that kids have access to computers, but I have to imagine even a small subset of those, if they're true, points to Buddhism, points to Hinduism, points into not necessarily a polytheistic religion per se, but kind of in the sense that God is a deity that sits off to the side somewhere, gives his creation free will. Some people would say this is Gnostic or whatever, but perhaps that we are the spirit of God, like everything that makes up the universe is part of God. Not to be blasphemous, I guess, for certain religions or be disrespectful, but that we are reincarnated, that energy can neither be created nor destroyed, can only change forms. The question is, why do we have to repeat this karmic cycle, and how do we ever hope to get out of it? Because I've always said, which is more terrifying, eternal life, eternal consciousness, eternal soul, or eternal temporal existence, where we only care for this period of time and we will never exist, we will never experience pain, death, etc. I think that's what makes death such a scary thing. And to be honest, I don't know what the better of the two answers are, but I guess if we're not bothered by being eternally conscious, and there's, we feel intense pleasure and hopefully not pain when we're in that state, and we feel unlimited joy and we never grow old of talking to people, that sounds wonderful, right? The other thought seems very, very scary to me, but I remind myself, like, if that were to happen, and hopefully we're just not aware of it, we're never aware of it in a way that, like, it doesn't matter. But I started to get into those really uncomfortable conversations. It gives me anxiety talking about them, but it's obviously something comes to mind, and the reason why we should love and appreciate life as preciously as we should. Yeah. Let's see. Especially with, if it's outside coming, windy nighttime stuff. Yeah. It was, at times it was like disturbing stuff. I'm sure some of it was like my imagination as a kid, but other things I kind of could not explain. Like, I definitely felt this deep presence, like, outside my window. And then I went, like, immediately didn't know how I'd fallen asleep. I didn't remember falling asleep, but I would wake up screaming from this night terror. And of course, I already explained it. One of them was like an expanding wheel. And the other was like, it's like a cube on its side spinning, like a metal one, like perfect in every way. Spinning, it was getting out of control. So I would just say, I've told myself, like, not for a super long time, but to some subset degree, if it was aliens visiting me, like, they were introducing to my mind the idea of infinity, and my, limited small brain couldn't handle it, or something like that. But, yeah, there's, like, really, there's more questions than answers with all that shit, unfortunately. As much as, like, I don't know, maybe it's something we don't really want answers on, as much as we think we do. I don't know, it's just weird. But yeah, I don't spend all my time on it, but I found myself spending more time on it when I was just kind of going through the suffering that it was in ways that I shouldn't. I don't know. I should worry about it less, right? Like, when I say worry about it, I mean, I should naturally take less of my, there we go, I finally have enough. In a way that, like, I was scared of it as a kid, about it as a kid, right? And I spent years not thinking about it, you know, because it just wasn't a priority. I was in science and was not intentional. Part of it was intentional at a certain age to stop thinking about it because it did bother me as a kid growing up. I don't have any like direct memories of being abducted per se, but like I said, certain situations where I saw things that were overwhelming that was like, where the fuck did that come from? And then I've looked online and other people have had those kind of memories, and it wasn't until like I read one of those posts trying to find the same kind of dream, and I found people describing exactly what I saw, and I started connecting two and two together with like Reddit people in that comment also mentioning about like sleep paralysis and alien abductions, and I'm like, well, I'm not certain on that. I don't have like direct memories of like a UFO hovering in front of me, above me or anything. But I remember being at my dad's house. It's like pitch black, and you can hear like wildlife outside the window and stuff sometimes. So I was hearing something fucking crawling around right outside my window, and my bed's right up next to that window. And I would just sit there. My biological father's a pretty angry person, pretty irritated. I don't know, like, I didn't want to, like, call them in the room and then for them to get pissed that I was making a deal out of it. So sometimes I would just, like, sit there and just, like, pray to God that, like, everything was okay because I felt this menacing presence. And then, sure as day, you know, during those times, somehow I wouldn't go to sleep. I'd actually pass out. And when I came to, I was in my bed, and my heart was racing. And I don't know if I felt like I left the room or not, but my dream was intense and was uncomfortable, what I was seeing. Like, very, very uncomfortable. Like, uncomfortable in a way I could not explain. So, what's funny is people, they ask, like, you know, sometimes ask adults, did you ever have night terrors as a kid? Did you ever have night terrors as a kid? And the answer is, yeah, I did. I guess I didn't really think about it. And I also dealt with sleep paralysis as a kid, and it took me going through my sleep apnea treatment to realize I actually have sleep paralysis sometimes, where I wake up and I'm not able to move. It happened as like early as like age 3 or 4. It doesn't happen all the time, but with sleep paralysis, you can have, of course, memories or dreams of beings visiting, you know, shadow people or aliens or whatever. So. As a matter of fact, I had a dream about it just the other night. I was within a dream within a dream, like in Inception style, not like with the hacking through the brain, but where something was sitting above my bed, and I was trying to open up my eyes, but I couldn't, and that was within my dream. And then obviously I was still asleep, half awake, lucid, and also not able to move in my bed. At one point, I dreamt that I like stood up on my bed, somehow conjured my effort to be able to stand up on my bed and start yelling at them and like sending bad energy out so they would go away. But then when I came to, I like opened my eyes and I saw there was nothing in there, and I just kind of went back to sleep, and the dream continued. But it was a lucid dream, like where I was awake, I had my senses, I couldn't move, but I was still dreaming. So it's like a hallucination with the sleep process. Let me go and use, what's the double? I can do it twice. Do I even have that as an option? I guess not.
This is how you roll. Go on!
That's hurting. I really have no fucking airship. It's just bothering me. Like, can I do damage in the air, please? Okay. Let's go in deep attack first off.
I'm your worst nightmare. Don't let me down. I'm coming.
Oh, they're hitting kind of hard, aren't they? We suck for error, seriously.
If you insist. Got you now. Got you now.
Pathetic. Honestly, it's really, really bad. She doesn't have heal anymore, that's a problem. We just use items for now. We have enough of them, but they're kind of
So it's
excessive.
my turn?
Oh no, arrow?
Yeah! Gotta get windy! Get him!
Yeah, that's good. Very good.
This one's for you!
Okay, I need to heal. Just cure on all of us.
I'll take care of you. Watch out for high winds! Over here! That's it!
I'm really coming after me. I'm the only person that can attack there.
One more shot!
Okay, lightning heal again. Oh, let's just do something.
Stay strong and carry on!
Invincible, idiot. Oh yeah. And since we have 2 ATV bars, fuck your mom.
You'll be blown away!
Oh, they have barrier though, so that's a problem.
This one's for you!
Okay, which guy's going down?
Watch out for high winds! What the?
Oh, he's going down
One
now.
more shot! Sorry, but I gotta.
Jeez. Short, please. Can we just like Metroid this, Samus this? Like, suck everything that's like immediately within range without having to go over here and then go over there and then go over here and then go over there and go over here and go over there. Like, there's not enough energy. These side chapters are just like, let me slight criticism here. I mean, I don't hate it, but like you saw me, I was obviously busy with the conversation of talking about life stuff and other random eclectic shit. But that aimlessness, even though I could have been like more focused and like looking at the guide or whatever, in fairness, I have to say, times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these, time and time again. No, really what I was going to say is that it's times like these that I just, I have to admit the game's long, kind of unnecessarily long for... Listen, it's not completely unreasonable what they were tasking us with, collecting the energy, but finding our way around. But it is like, for the first time you do it, kind of annoying enough. I don't know. Old game did not really do hand-holding too much, but the structure was set up in a way that, honestly, most part, I don't remember the first time around. The first time around might have been a little bit miserable, but it's the same thing what we got going on here, if it is the same. But ideally, it would be great if they provided more detail on what needs to be done, and leaving all of it to the player's imagination. Citron card damager, okay. Cool, so I think we're ready to enter into the rest of the slots. Is there like a place to rest? I think we're at the beginning. There should be like a rest coming up though, right? I mean, I can save anywhere, but as far as resting prior to boss fights, let's just hope. I don't see why not, and if not, I could just always load from save anyways. We yogurt, like O-U-I, which means yes in French. They've got a yogurt called Cinnamon Apple Creamy. Oh my god, dude, it's so good. They're not very big. I think they're 5 ounces. Yeah, they're 5 ounces. But they're in glass. They're not in plastic. It's glass and foil. And they're French yogurts, dude. And it tastes like an apple pie with, maybe not ice cream, but yogurt, but sweet enough that almost tastes like a very light type of ice cream. More like creamy than sugary. Let me see what you wrote. Maybe the third game will be more to the point. Maybe even sell the least copies, but nail the ending, hopefully. Yeah, I hope so. And listen, there's a lot of candidates, and I think I said this earlier on in the stream. There are a lot of games that, you know, come out each year and draw attention. Sometimes, you know, it goes against all grain, but obviously some indie games, one game of the year when a AAA game, you know, that spent, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars to make versus this game that a couple friends made with a budget of like, I don't know, $75,000 or $100,000 over the course of like 3 years, living off ramen noodles or whatever. Outperforms. It's a crazy time for gaming. It's hyper competitive, and I think the thing that I'm saddened the most about is when there's conversation about like, oh well, Rebirth's not doing as well because it's a single player game, and really the future of gaming is all live service, where you pay for a subscription, all that bullshit. And players are not looking for single player RPGs like this. For the love of God, please don't say that. And if the game underperforms, please, for the love of God, don't think that's true. Yes, there are some people that are straight up angry about Rebirth and think that it's the biggest sin against gamers or something, that they, I don't know, whatever decision, the game's too long, blah, 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 like you wrote on the list. I'm going to tell you, me having played the OG, I'm 38 years old, okay? I played it, the demo, thanks to you, like probably months within that coming out, the Tobal #1. I bought this game, pre-ordered, played it on release, the OG game. I think this game is a faithful tribute to Gears. I don't feel like they cut any corners. I will say there are times it feels a little long, but at least it's not like the quest is like, go grab this kid's lost animal. Go grab this person's blah, blah, blah. Like, it's okay to do some random fetch quests, but it feels much better when there's a purpose. And yes, there were some of those in here, and some of the mini games are frustrating. Like, I'm not even going to fuck around for the longest time with that chicken, you know, lure can thing, because that was complete bullshit. There was some irritation. But beyond that, I will say otherwise, I think they were very faithful, and they've done an excellent job in a way that truly means something. To me, at least, it means something. Now, I'm trying to remember. Let me go use the bench. I would rather heal up here than to not have a healing spot. I'm sure there probably is there. What the fuck? Those all respawn? They did. Okay, well, I'll take them. 3 items, right? Why the hell not? Let me take a second. Blah, 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 blah. See what you're at. Maybe even sell the least copies, that chicken shit bullshit, to quote the Truts guy. That chicken shit bullshit. I love that. Chicken shit bullshit. Did I say that or you said that, right? Yes, the chicken shit bullshit is like 1 part chicken, 1 part bullshit. And I just realized the reason why Earth is able to carry this energy is it because of her holy materia? I just noticed that on her wrist. It's either that or she's wearing an Apple Watch. Which is it? No, but seriously, is it because her materia is holding it, or is she holding it in her? It's like part of her, I guess. Maybe it's not, it has nothing to do with holy materia. But like, one in her body, right? Yeah, the new game involving... Oh, okay, okay, all the more, yes. This is chicken shit bullshit. Yes, I fucking hated that thing with a fucking passion, dude. There's absolutely no fucking good reason on God's green earth they made that fucking thing as hard as it is. And I'm kind of at the point, I've in spirit fucking given up on the spirit of just even trying to fuck around with that for any fucking reason whatsoever. Now, maybe I'll eventually come back around and try doing it on this save file. And maybe if I'm a real fucking masochist, presuming minigame scale and difficulty, which I don't think they do, but if they do, with the actual game's difficulty, then I would tell you, if you see me doing it, contrary to popular belief, it's not because I'm not giving up on life, it's because I would be giving up on life, trying the same thing multiple times, expecting a different result, without the feeling that goes through most people's mind. And I'm not trying to be insensitive to suicide, but that kind of level of masochism is on the level of, like, special. Like, you must be suicidal to want to fucking do that shit, right? So you continue to play the game with that level of difficulty is not proof that you're doing everything in your power to not die. It's that, like, you keep pushing yourself in a masochistic way, like the same way like a speedrunner would keep pushing him or herself in a masochistic way. They've been playing for 36 hours, practicing their speedrun, and they keep quitting at a certain part. One are partially out of OCD, but the other part of it is because, like, has nothing to do with the run, right? Like, if your speedruns get to the point that, like, you're expecting pure perfection at all times, and you've already beat, like, the best time, but you're never gonna actually complete a run because you expect to never make any mistake and just YOLO it. It's that level of masochism, right? It's kind of masochism that you tell yourself in your brain, if I fuck up one more time, I'm gonna fucking hurt myself, or I'm gonna hurt this fucking console, or I'm gonna hurt something, right? Which, like, man, it's just a game, right? I don't know, I sometimes feel that anxiety when I play a game, you know, that I don't know if I, like, want to say suicidal or anything, but I would just say that, especially replaying the same game over and over and over, trying to get something right. Like, I remember back in the day when I played Donkey Kong Country, develop all the muscle memory for all those levels. And listen, once you get good at it, it's kind of fun, but up to a point, you know, minecart frenzy or whatever, your fingers hurt and you just want to be done with the level. It's not even about going the fastest. It's about what I didn't think was possible, that I thought was impossible, for which I have blisters on my fingers, and my fingers hurt, like hardened, almost like a guitar, right? Because I've been playing for 6 hours on this one level, just trying to beat it. Now it's a good thing. Now it's getting to a point, it makes you question your existence, especially if you do such activity for years, if not decades. I'm not meaning to judge speedrunners. I know I told them to beat a dick right now when I say that. I'm just saying I can't relate to it. I think it's awesome. What's his name? Keeps and Sheeps? The guy that does Metroid speedruns. Something Sheep and Zost. Like, listen, impressive. They're very talented. And I'm envious, but am I really envious to sit there playing the same fucking game for like 5 or 10 years or a couple years? Like, practicing 6 hours a day? I don't know. Especially if RNG's involved. Especially if the majority of the runs just comes down to pure luck, let alone skill, and being able to execute on it. Damn fucking impressive. So much anxiety, though. So much anxiety. Almost takes away from the fun of it. But again, I know that for them it's like an addiction. They get a big high out of it. Out of running it fast. When you showed me back in the day the Super Metroid TAS run, I thought, man, there's no way people can play this well. I was wrong. I didn't know that people were actually doing live versions of the TAS. I'm like, holy crap. They researched out using the TAS, using frame-perfect sequences. And then they're performing faster than the TAS was, which is frame-perfect, using an emulator. And it was not live action attack or whatever either. It was like piecing together different sequences, even with the TAS, let alone, you know, the way people used to, you know, piece together multiple runs. Which is not really allowed anymore as far as I'm aware, unless you label it as such, right, Chris? I agree. If I'm understanding it correctly, I think it can take away from the magic of a game. I mean, if you love a game, you're gonna go back and play it, right? If you especially love it, maybe you'll speedrun it. But I also think that by the same token, I'm not sure if this is what you're saying, but it can take away from that magic of what that game is because you become so desensitized to it. It's kind of like if you masturbate too much, you lose interest in sex. Like, sex is not as good, right? I've never had a sexual addiction, I don't think. If I did, it probably was a teenager. But I just don't have that kind of libido to be a fucking sex machine. And you'll be tooting a whole nother fucking thing, Zach, if you have a chance with lesbians. Well, maybe, I don't know. All I gotta tell you is, just like women say they hurt after being penetrated too much, I think my dick would hurt. I'd be blue-balled if, they're trying to suck everything out of it. And there's nothing that comes out. I mean, it's like dry heaving, except for the penis. If you've taken everything the world has to offer, it has all been quote-unquote insane. We are insane for not being into stuff 24/7. Well, I remember as a kid, dude, I played Final Fantasy 7. I'm not exaggerating. I beat the game from start to finish probably at least a dozen times. I love that game so much. As I grew older, I had less time. I also tried to kind of gatekeep and not play those kinds of depressing games, or those kinds of games in depressing situations because I didn't want to ruin the experience. Even though it could have been one of the best things I could have done. I argue time and time again that gaming saved my life, without that aspect of technology. Maybe even computers too, I don't know. Got me through a lot of depressive times. I remember playing Halo when I had my cancer. It was hard to take my mind off the cancer. I didn't fully take it off. I also remember playing God of War and working on the final bosses while my parents brought me home weenies, Tuscan chicken, and mashed potatoes. And I was so fucking stoned, dude. I was so fucking high on my fucking medicinal marijuana, my Marinol. There's still some things I remember, some things that are blurred, but some things I remember so distinctly. Playing that final boss and being high as fuck and being like, whoa. It's like, is this even real? But that was probably just the weed and the dissociative nature of weed. I don't actually smoke weed or do orals or anything anymore. I know it's all legal and I could, but just with the kind of medicines I'm on, doctors, I don't want to jeopardize anything like that. But I also kind of went through my weed phase. For people that smoke it regularly, I honestly think it does bad to your mental health too. Like laziness, lack of motivation, paranoia, if you have things that you're worried about in your mind. And it can screw with your sleep too. Don't get me wrong, the endocannabinoid systems, if supplemented correctly, with CBD and stuff, maybe not the psychoactive stuff as much. There is the triage effect, of course, but honestly is tied to a lot of aspects of the body stuff. It's out of balance. I do believe in CBD. Not so concerned about taking that either. But anyway, since I've been CBD drunk though, I can see that. But sometimes the gameplay is good to that person's brain. Yeah, no, I get that. You're absolutely right. There's something that jives to such a level that a simple mortal doesn't understand it. So to be fair, yeah, they're actually having fun. Maybe from my point of view, like playing the same game that many times, just, I'm like, what's the point? But like by the same sentence though, I want to say, hella damn impressive. And I do look up some speedrunners with what they're able to do. I guess it's associated anxiety, associated with timing oneself and doing perfect, especially if you got a good run and all that. I know that's part of the thrill, but I don't like the constant source of anxiety and regimenting myself and being superstitious. If I don't make this jump, I'm going to have to eat concrete tonight or something. I don't know. I'm just using an example. So, not that I've ever eaten concrete, but you know what the point is. Just like, I think some might even resort to self-punishment if they don't do well. Not everyone, but some. So it's like kind of on a whole spectrum. And so like when I saw you back in the day, as good as you were at DDR or 2DX, my mind was blown. I thought in part you were kind of a masochist, to be honest. I mean, I thought it was very inspirational. I was like, when you came out in 8th grade, and Toby saw him, and Vladimir saw him, And Scott saw your DDR shit. We all started playing DDR because we thought it was really cool. But dude, you were like next level fucking crazy. Not to be blasphemous, but like God mode. You were like God at that game. And you inspired a lot of us to want to play better. But at the same time, learning and attempting to play better, oof, stressful. At least for me it was. Yeah, younger people are also much more attuned to game stuff. True, they're exposed to it at a much younger age, and hand and eye coordination's only got to improve. Presuming it's not just games on the phone, but even still, like Fruit Ninja and shit, I guess you can get really good with even touch controls in a way that probably aids in your hand kind of eye coordination, maybe even to a higher level, since they're not set buttons with feedback, I suppose. I'm not sure if you saw it, but Bum Number One said that his daughter, this was several years ago when he was infrequently streaming, he said that his daughter was able to purchase like some games off the iPad store, and she was like 3 or 2 years old. He's like, I have no fucking idea how she did it. Like, she even had to enter the credit card number. It wasn't even stored in there. I've literally never speedrun more than a few times. It's like I've forgotten how to do the rhythm stuff. Yeah. I think if you're good with rhythm and music, it naturally extends. That might be the reason why people love Earthbound 3 for the GBA so much out of the other Earthbounds, is they talk about the timed attacks with the music and how satisfying that is. And I can see how that'd be satisfying, but it's the whole rhythm thing, right? It's like cueing frames of like the background and that connecting one-to-one with certain jump times or certain music cues, etc. I mean, Earthbound RNG and RNG map has just been crazy too. People do that. Keep track of that shit.
How about we take a quick breather?
Good idea. Can't go letting our girl wear herself out. Okay.
Yeah, you see some of
just for a bit.
Back to the other team, maybe? Just gonna help us, like, get back together or something? All of Eris' efforts before she gets stabbed. Relentlessly. I think the black materia happens, and then we would leave here, and then we come back to the Forgotten, I would think. Forgotten City, I mean. Or the Promised Land, I mean. Forgotten City / Promised Land. I think foreshadowing how Aerith can change the world, right? If she's able to do it here, when she dies, maybe she's going to be able to do it in live stream too. I think that's the whole point of this. Exposition.
I'm getting tired of this place.
Well, at least we have a way out.
Whoa. Monster.
Oh, what now?
It's me, Zach.
Does it
Genova?
matter at this
Genova.
point? Something gets in our way. Kill it.
No chance to be able to put the material on you. There it is. There ain't no thing but a chicken wing. The Lionel. Richie.
All right. You got this.
The limit and beyond! Push down! You're gonna feel this one! Give him your all!
Well, that was easy.
Let's go.
I thought it was going to be like a boss, but that was not a boss. Okay, so this is where we're going to go to the materia slots. I think we're actually making progress slowly. I know I spent a lot of time talking, so. Alright, we're going to do Yeah, this one. And I'll swap it with, well, I guess it's a free slot, so that's all we're going to do. We're just going to swap them. Simply enough. Imagine redoing the dates from redoing the game over to get all the dates. Hopefully they open up a chapter select at some point so you don't have to do that. Not to take away from the magic of how much you earned it, but I don't know how many people will want to play like 150, 200 hours to get a different date scene. Again, we're going to do it with Tifa, but I'm just saying, if we went to do it with Yuffie, that's like totally not possible. Not that I'm interested in a date with Yuffie. She's kind of annoying. Let me get Sephiroth. Corruption of live stream, yada 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 yada. The planet is angry. You hear the planet screams?
Man, this thing is intense.
Look!
Sephiroth, right? They're acting like it's all normal.
I see him.
Local singularity? I see him. Let me get out my binoculars. Oh, I can use my gun and it's an aim sight to be able to see all that shit. My name's Barrett Wallace. Well, what the hell? Is that someone? Hello? I definitely think we're getting close to being done with this. I don't see this going on forever. Every dungeon I've gone into this game is like way larger than I would ever expect it to be. And no fucking items. Why are they doing this stuff? Gotta be something, right? Nope. I'm already maxed out on a lot of shit. I need more Giga Potions at this point. But in the game. Not spend all my gil in case we ever go back to town at some point. I love how the vending machine is like an obelisk, what is it called? A monolith. I heard Burns say something like that. Mr. Burns? Who's Burn? I forgot what we were talking about. We may have forgotten to, which is fine. I think that was just that message I missed. While we respond to me. Whatever. Okay, cool. Open the ball. Okay. Yeah.
Keep it together.
Need my help, do you?
Okay, let's go. Heads up! No more games. It's over. Give it up. Yeah. You asked for it. Too late. You're gonna feel this one.
Watch this. Take him down.
Bubble burp. Bubble burp. Ribbit, ribbit. Robbit, robbit. Rubit, rubit. Rubik's Cube, Rubik's Cube. Rubik's Cube, Rubik's Cube. This is a game experience. How? No, I'll just use like a basic mist. I won't even worry about it right now. I'll spend that love. Let's use a basic mist potion. Now I will say I should take a quick look at the item transmuter. Not that I'll be able to make anything new, but make sure I'm not maxing out on items. Like I've got Planet's Blessing maxed, so I should use something with the Planet's Blessing. There we go. Driscoll armlet, which is what? How does that do? I guess we should check it out. Let me see if there's anything else I want to make here. Potion, and I need more sage for that, so I guess like maybe Giga Potions. Well, I already spent the bill on it, so it uses a lot of sage too. Like that's something that's pretty inexpensive. There's Tide Potion. That's the one I should do. Mist Ninja Potion. Mist Giga Potion. Holy crap! I can definitely make like 5 of those. I think that's what I'll do. Let me look at the dry ethers too. I should, or high ethers. Yeah, let's do some Mist Giga Potions. I mean, fuck. I think that's pretty good. Got it. Well, the storm's getting worse, so I'm getting the sense that we're getting close to like a Sephiroth fight, maybe. I mean, hearing his music stands to reason that he's up in this shit, like in spirit or in actuality, or whatever the hell you want to call his presence. Clone form, I don't know. Maybe even actual form. Okay, so I think we're going the right way here. Are we sneaking up on him?
Go check the path. Sir, make sure it's stable. Oh, God!
I get the feeling we're not welcome here.
You don't say. I like how the live stream just comes around and just like eats people. Like a smoke monster. From Lost or something. Okay, so I will place this next to the vines maybe. Let me grab those items first. Oh, I need to send it. I see. I need to send it there. Okay. So what's going on? I need to send it into the live stream. Actual live stream. I like how it's a ball and it's like orb inside a box. That can be handled by people. By asking immortals. Bridge. That's convenient. It's like it knew what it's doing. It made itself like strict itself in place. Did you ever play Bomberman 64, by the way? Do you have an opinion on it? I remember playing the fuck out of it after Mario 64 with one of my friends named Emery. He was from karate. I mean, looking back, it wasn't that great of a game, but at the time it was fun. I also played GoldenEye with him as well. Yeah, it was crazy. It had good music. Very cutesy, chibi kind of stuff. I didn't even know at the time that it was chibi graphics, but basically what it was. But it had like a fun, like, where you'd see an area where you're not able to reach, and you would have to go back to the levels later, try to figure it out once you have certain skills. It's kind of like Mega Man in that sense. Kind of like Mega Man meets Mario 64, but not Mega Man Legends either, so. And I
It's on now.
The limit and beyond!
That's that. Just like that, okay?
these damn monsters, man. I think it's just a building with decoration, which is fine. I remember when they put a lot of things in games, like resources, buildings, and they always served a purpose. Back in old games, like everything served a purpose. It wasn't just put there for aesthetic reasons. I know we're well beyond that now, but gaming has changed a lot. I think you're going to send it down there, or probably just where I'm going to send it. I don't think I'll be able to pick it up the stairs, so well, I shouldn't send it up that way. Or if at any point where I'll be riding one, timing getting on it and shit. Oh shit, boss.
We could try using that.
Probably when I send this shit, it's going to happen. Gonna knock it over, maybe. I'm as exhilarated as I'm exhausted. It's kind of weird right now. Oh.
That still ain't enough.
This is where I'll be crossing eventually. Looks like.
Maybe a way to get it down. Let's take a look.
What the fuck's this? Should I? Should I? What's this gonna do? I'm gonna fall by doing this?
tower doesn't look too sturdy. Think we could knock it over?
The hell?
Fuck. Music's good, yep. Good music here and good
I
music
say
with
we put
Goldeneye.
this big asshole to work.
It's the black card.
Kiss my ass!
It's called Ironclad for some reason. He's also on Final Fantasy 15 as well. Okay, I'm gonna do some haste.
Double time.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's feel this one.
Double time. Bring it.
Let me do it. Don't think you'll walk away from this. It's on you.
I got this.
Yeah. You're gonna feel this one.
It's on you.
About damn time.
Come on.
Don't keep me waiting. Bring it home.
Okay, let's go. To the limit and beyond.
Oh shit.
Gonna pull back.
My turn.
Do it. Let me out.
Holy shit.
You're up.
Taking over.
I don't have raise? Okay.
Be careful. Deal with that.
Need my help, do you? Want some more? Keep pouring it on. Kiss my ass. Gotta suck on this.
Let me handle it. You asked for it. No more games. It's over. Giving us
That's
the
long.
belt.
Hang back.
Don't think you'll walk away from this.
About damn time. Don't keep me waiting.
Okay, let's go. No more games. It's over. You're gonna feel this one. Ha! Yeah. You asked for it. Don't think you'll walk away from this. You asked for it.
Come on.
You're gonna feel this one. Now that. Good luck.
Let's do this.
And that's that.
Not quite. Tower's still standing.
No, it's still alive too.
Fine. One more time.
Going down that way does what? Have we been down there before? I would just drop down, it looks like. But would I want to do that is the question. Potentially not. I don't know what the that is.
Don't overdo it.
Guess it's my turn. Stay down, asshole. Want some more? Suck on this. Pouring it on. Want some more? Boy, stay down, asshole.
Keep it up.
Yeah, if I go down there, it's just going to drop down, so no purpose that. I don't know why they even put that there, but probably there's some reason you could get stuck. Once it comes to get stuck, they're going to put vines down there. Fuck. Battle cry. Alright, I know what that is. Let's see if it's any good though. Yeah, I'd say so. So add a little bit of less magic attack. What does it fuck? Same amount of material slots, that's the most important thing. Might change his skills up a little bit. His weapon skills, but whatever. I do want to go that way, but I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything first. I don't think I am, but just to make sure. Plus I can rest up here real quick. It's another boss fight or something.
Great, it's on you.
This game is damn impressive how long it is, just for the record. I know it sounds like I'm very tangentially complaining about the length of the game, which I kind of am, but more than anything, it's like, wow, every dungeon you enter is an experience. It's not like players were like, so it needs to be at least this long. It's just like they kept fleshing out the ideas over the course of the years in ways like, whoa.
Not again.
I'll have to use the lighthouse thing again, I think. That's really what this comes down to. We're gonna have to fight Blackguard again. Ironclad my ass. Probably gonna have to fight him again though. Charging up energy. Fire in the hole. Monkey do Luffy. Like I said, that's like even harder than Mach Gun, so the live stream review.
Let's hustle. Double time. Come on. We can't get that Bring it, that's it. Let's hustle.
There! Bring it!
Come on. Bring it.
Now you go all out.
Don't think you'll walk away from this.
Take you all.
Okay, let's go. Give it up! Ha! You asked for it! Yeah! Damn it! You're gonna feel this one! You asked for it! Yeah! To the limit and beyond! No more games! It's over!
Hang back.
I'm in!
Yeah, I'll do it. Gotta lie.
Let me handle this! You asked for it! Heads up! It's on you!
Take it over.
For yourself.
Double time.
Need my help, do you? What's the
All set.
Hang back. Time to dig deep.
Okay, let's go. Stop. Hang in there. Come on. Give it up.
Let's do this.
About damn time. Want some more? Bring it.
I got it. That's it. Here. Don't think you'll walk away from this.
Fine. One more time. Like I said, still think we're better off having him do the heavy lifting.
All right, once more. I think there's times to charm. This guy, third iteration is gonna be hard though. I know.
Let's go. Good timing.
All set.
My turn. Let's not take the lead.
Guess it's my turn. Come get some. Gotta learn. Give 'em hell.
Let me.
On it.
Kept you waiting?
Time to get serious. Bye-bye.
That it?
It's on you.
Take it over. Double time. Come on. Bring it.
All right. Watch it learn. Suck on this. Stick you all in ya.
on you.
All right, bring it.
Okay, let's go.
We can do better.
Good luck.
Taking over. Great, don't overdo it.
Need my help, do you?
I got this. You asked for it.
Fine. One more time. Like I
Like
said,
5 times.
still think we're better off having him do the heavy lifting.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go. So the reason why to go down here is because I can heal faster. That's the reason why they added it. I'm realizing.
Asshole!
All right. I went through those Giga Potions, didn't I? I didn't even know I was going through all those shit. Alright, so let's do this. Let me see if there's any upgrades. Not yet. I really need to save up 20 to really do something meaningful with that. Alright, let's get done with this fucking dungeon. Keep going, keep going, keep going. At least the shit doesn't respawn. Oh, actually it does respawn. Oh, who gives a fuck? Let's skip it. No reason to artificially like pull on this shit. Keeps getting more and more angry the more we do this too. I don't know what it means by like staggering. I mean, let me just make sure first that we have lightning materia because that's his weakness. I think it's on Cloud, right? No, it's on Tifa. Yeah, we're good. Let's use Tifa caster. Here we go, 4th time.
Double time. Bring it. That's it. Let's hustle.
So back! My turn! Don't hit you now!
Do something.
You're gonna feel this one.
Shake it off.
You're up.
My turn. Gonna enjoy this.
All set. Hang in there. Don't think you'll walk away from this. Yeah, head up.
Hang back. Don't keep it together.
Golden opportunity right here.
Still here.
Suck on this! Want some more? What?
I got this.
Kiss my ass! I'm listening.
Watch yourself.
I got this.
I'm in.
All right, watch and learn. Give 'em hell. Need my help, do you? You got this.
All set. You're up.
Taking over.
I know he's targeting, but probably better.
Bring it.
A good thing I used it on him. Shit. That's perfect.
All right, watch and learn. Got a whole heap of land with your name on it. Come get some.
Okay, let's go. Give it up. No more games. It's over. To the limit and beyond. Get down. It's on you.
My turn.
About damn time. Give 'em hell.
All set. Watch yourself.
Taking over.
Barrett.
Here goes.
Deal with that.
Nice move. The limit and beyond. Smash that.
Fine. One more time.
What am I missing?
Like I said, still think we're better off having him do the heavy lifting.
Stagger the enemy and get them to topple the tower. Oh, I see. Oops, I'm a little slow. I'm not gonna go back there. I'm just gonna fucking manually do the shit. Use up all my ethers. Hopefully there's another Moogle farm place because I'm kind of fucked otherwise. Alright. I guess there's been some free leveling. Too bad they don't allow you to farm the item that you steal from them. That'd be cool if you allowed you to do that. So I just have to use his weakness, which is lightning. So just have to. Actually, on that topic, I'm actually going to give them lightning materials so I can just fucking make fast work of this. Instead of gravity, yeah, instead of gravity, we're going to, which uses a fuck ton of MP anyways. Let's just go and do lightning. Some combination therein, so. And then fire and ice. Ooh, you know what? I got a crazy idea. I should do elemental material on Cloud with the fire and ice on Tifa. I think that's a better option. That way all of his elemental attacks, and plus he can use it, so we're just going to do... Yeah, so we're going to swap these out. We're just going to go... Swap. Easy enough. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And then, well, we should also give her lightning if we can, too. Kind of weak, but better than nothing. Alright, we're ready to kick this fucker's ass. Back to Crass. Alright, I'm gonna pee real quick, but we will finish this guy.
Double time. Let's hustle. Double time.
All right, watch and learn. Keep pouring it on.
You're gonna feel this one.
Let's do this.
Yeah, I'll do it. Ooh, gotta love.
Aaron, I'm coming.
Guess it's my turn. Gotta look. You got this.
Let me...
Yeah, they was going into it. I think a little bit.
Gotta sting!
Taking over. Calling lightning. Deal with that.
All right. Watch and learn. Give over that.
I got it. Give it up! Yeah! It's on you.
Hang back.
Gotta sting!
Keep it together.
Need my help, do you? Bring it home.
Let's go.
Kick my ass.
I think it's going too fast.
Back off!
I can't get it to fucking...
Cloud!
On it.
Yep. Too fast.
Fine. One more time. Like I said, still think we're better off having him do the heavy lifting.
What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna look this up. Ironclad, Stagger, Rebirth. I mean, the best strategy Stagger and Ironclad is to use electric element attacks and Stagger-related abilities with boss as pressure. Ironclad has no physical weaknesses and is immune to most status conditions you can inflict with magic materia in FF7 Rebirth. Is this a joke? Is Ironclad fight even possible to win? There we go. Good fucking question. Equip enemy skill material on Cloud. Use plasma and charge ball. I don't have this skills, I don't think. This will put on the pressure real quick. Holy hell, how did I make it to chapter 13 without focus thrust? I mastered it in the Buster Sword, so I've just going without it ever since the next sword showed up. So many staggers this quest for Shadley would have been easier. Just put the Buster Sword back on and use it a few times against enemies to learn the skill for another weapon. This is such an insane community to have get good scrub attitude. It's not supposed to be some kind of a Souls-like game where you're testing the metal against machine and getting this weeds about the minutiae of combat mechanics. God, this is hilarious. People's unwillingness to criticize the game is boggling my mind. Half the time this game has been phenomenal. The other half of the time I've been bored, annoyed, and outright angry with the game. You're wrong. It's okay to be critical. It's nothing to be a tit. You guys should all go and get some hugs, have good sleep, then act like normal human beings and learn the mechanics. Let's see. How are you this far into the second game? You still understand pressure state to the point where you're blaming the game and throwing a tantrum. Use focus strikes to pressure, not weaknesses. Focused attacks. Weaknesses are for getting into pressure state. You need to punch in your fucking mouth. Just to say yes, there's nothing wrong with using elemental spell to drive up its stagger gauge. Lazara under pressure will raise the guy's gauge more than focused thrust. And while Thundera won't, good player might choose it anyways. If they want to get higher damage, and it'll stagger with the enemy anyways. It's situation dependent. But you're right, the focus abilities are most often what you want. Okay, so I have to use focus abilities? I am so lost. Well, I guess I'm one of those scrubs because I really don't understand. So focus blah skills is what we need. I guess I'll change my combat settings so I'm using focus blah skills. These are long dungeons for not being that big, I think. Okay, let's take a look at the combat abilities and set up the shortcuts. Focus thrust. Focus shot. So yes, I'll use focus shot and then steel skin. So focus shot, steel skin. Okay. Alright, so now we do this one. Umbrella strength. That's what I normally use, so I'm going to probably put hers on focus strike. Okay. I'll do that and lightning. If that does not work, then I don't know what the fuck to do. I didn't know about the focus stuff, and, you know, obviously not into the minutiae of the game. There's a lot of mechanics. I think people expect that you're just an expert by default, but I appreciate the information. Whoever asked that question, or asked me for some reason. Oh my god, I can't believe how much of a scrub you are. Well, I will admit there are better gamers than me, for sure. Alright, motherfucker. I'm gonna stagger your fucking ass back to oblivion, and after that, I'm gonna fucking rape your ass with a fucking quarter. Okay, Bert.
Double time.
Now, do the wards, and after the wards are up, I'm just going to a lot of wards.
Bring it. Gotcha. Come on. Bring it.
That's all I'm about shit.
Bring it!
You're up.
Why can't I use... Oh, it's because I don't have the right sword on. I can only do focus thrust if I learned it. Okay, well, hopefully she's got it.
Deal with that.
My turn.
Gotcha! I got this. Hang in there!
Let's do this.
I'll have to figure out which weapon has focus thrust. This is a pain in the ass. I'll have to take a picture of which materia are there too. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. I'll try using I don't know.
Don't overdo it. Be careful. I got this. Take me.
Why now?
Yeah, so this is part of the reason why people don't know about focus thrust. You have to have certain weapons, you have to master that fucking weapon in order to have it permanently. Early on in the game, when you get new weapons, it so easily can pass that by. Same thing with enemy skills, too. So I'm not exactly sure still how that works.
Been saving this for you. Ah! Want some more?
Sundara, there.
You got this!
Take it over. Deal with that.
All right, watch and learn. Bring it.
Okay, let's go.
Hang back.
Oh, you in trouble now. Give him hell.
All set. It's on you.
My turn. Calling lightning.
Yeah, all the goals to stagger, pretty much. That's it.
Deal with that.
All right, watch and learn. Bring it home.
Okay, let's go.
I got it this time, though, finally, though.
Back off.
Now, motherfucker.
Hang back. Take the lead.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Fucker.
Fine. One more time. Like I said, still think we're better off having him do the heavy
What the fuck? Are you serious? I staggered him. Did I kill him before he was staggered? What a motherfucker. Alright, time to grab a picture of all the fucking material that's equipped, unfortunately. I'm gonna do a video so I know how to re-equip this when I fucking put the old weapons on. This is so fucking stupid. Fuck you, Square. You do some fucking stupid shit sometimes that... It's the reason why people will hate your game, you know, is because of these little quirks. Not really teaching you anything, it's just putting on the right items to be able to beat a battle, which, again, I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but it's so very fucking specific. It's really annoying. Okay, I'm recording this so I can reconfigure it later. Okay, so now we're going to go to the next character. That way I can keep track of the material because it's going to have less slots. I understand this could have been learned early on. I would not have to do this, but it is what it is. So, okay, next character. I have my phone. Video capabilities. It's not like the last boss either, which is really fucking pissed me off. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to do it now. So we're going to find out which one has focus thrust. Dive kick. Let's see. Strike a staggered enemy. Finish off an enemy. Exploit enemy's weakness. Now my question is, where the fuck is it? Does she not have it? Maybe only these guys have it. Play burst. There's focus thrust. Buster sword. Okay. Focus shot. Okay, and apparently you don't have Tifa's original dive kick, I guess? No? No way. Maybe we missed one of her items. It should just be the original level gloves. Maybe it's dive kick for her. Okay, well, fuck it. let me go heal again. We'll just let me make sure in the combat settings are all set. Focus shot. Yeah, she does focus strike now. So it doesn't say though. You have to just trial and error that shit. It's gonna have you sell your weapons and not be able to get them. Maybe I'll just leave this shit equipped until I get for the stuff. I don't know. It's a little ridiculous, that's all. I'm not super happy about it. At least you're here keeping the company. Sorry this is so miserable. I know it's miserable for me. I think I have like 4 or 5 hours of gameplay recorded on the drive just for this fucking section. So I might want to go back and delete some of these just gameplay, and it's excessive, put it that way. Probably going to keep the last recording. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop recording. Hopefully I don't run out of space. Okay, yeah, start this one. And what I'll do is I'll just delete, like, it doesn't have my voice or anything, so it's just the gameplay. Like early on, we spent like a good probably 2 hours, 2.5 hours just on this part, so like, maybe it's actually close to an hour and a half. Alright. Let me make sure I'm still doing elemental damage with Cloud here. Yeah, I am. Lightning and wind, okay. Okay, time to pepper this fucker. I'm gonna save up here. If it doesn't work, I'm just gonna reload. I don't really want to have to do the whole heal and whatever the fuck is. I don't even know if we're getting experience for it. I don't think we are. Which in some ways is even more enraging. Which in its own way is even more enraging. I don't think so. It just comes down to like the vulnerability. Persona type shit. Ow. Not as fast as this here. Okay, we're gonna do... Let's interrupt that first.
Buzz off.
If I can.
Let's off.
I'm just gonna interrupt with the spell, but that's not that good. Okay, I thought far enough away this right now. I know he's gonna be attacking, but whatever. He's gonna give everyone a hit.
Double time. Don't overdo it.
All set. The limit and beyond. You ready? You're up.
I got this.
Guess it's my little pick-me-up. Got it.
Let me handle it. Watch yourself.
Let's do this.
Ouch.
Shit, be right there. You got this.
Okay, let's go. It's on you.
Need to heal up. Here, keep it together.
Yeah, I'll do it. Come on.
I got this. Think fast.
Oh, don't overdo it.
I'm up for anything. Give 'em hell.
Let me handle it. You're gonna feel this one. Yeah, yeah. That's it. That's on you.
My turn.
Bring it. There.
Worked out pretty good, huh?
Don't stop now.
Let's kick it up a notch.
Give it up.
Give 'em what's coming to
Straight
'em.
hard and fast. Too late.
All right.
Motherfucker.
It's time to get pushing, people.
Ridiculous. Okay. Get to pushing people. All right. So now I'm going to go ahead and leave things as is for the time being, so that way I can get the focus abilities. Let's see how fucking leveled up they are. Oh, apparently I just mastered it. Yeah, I've mastered all of them. No. Focus shot on Barrett. Okay, they're not quite yet, but they're getting close. Dive kick is already. But focus shot and thrust need a little more leveling up. Yeah. What the fuck ever. Let me go and save. Maybe I've not been playing this game correctly according to some people. Alright. The tower's gone. And that fell where? Oh, is it because we need this? I guess we need this, so fucking toss it in there. It's just gonna magically land where exactly where it needs to land, since the currents flow perfectly, tangentially activated. Yep, perfect. Whoa, hello. 4. I feel like it should have been more than that.
Don't know about you, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I will too. I will fucking process. Process the way.
It's on you.
See the deal. Pull it on. You're up. You ready?
Going in.
There.
Finish it.
Oh, that makes battles faster. You can stagger like that shit. Should be my main fucking one more than bravery and shit. Turns out. I know. I'm just looking around. Back to fucking horse as well. Sure. Okay. This cloud like jumps off the edge and dies. Am I? Yeah, I'm gonna fucking use an ether. No big deal, we're just causing shit to explode. No biggie. Wolf, I need some more medication. Med up. Oh shit. Do I have an appointment today? I do, I have it at 11. So I'll have to go to bed in a little bit here. Forgot I got PT this morning. It's 3 o'clock, it's at 11. So I got a little bit of time. So I need to go to bed probably in the next hour. Forgot about that. I'm glad I looked because I mean, I got some other things I have to do tomorrow as well, but for the most part, I think that should be pretty good. see what we can get done next hour. Whoop. Okay. Save and let's roll. Is he over here? Nope. Oh, they could have totally put something hidden over here, but they didn't. Like an ultimate materia of sorts, like a huge materia. I do think, yeah, I do want to go ahead on here because I've been eyeballing this fucking thing. Revival materia earrings. Ooh. That's actually pretty damn good, actually. I'm hearing a little bit of Earthbound. Got like little interference pattern. Sounds like something straight out of Earthbound. Wow. Nothing over here? Okay. Hopefully this hasn't been completely miserable to watch. I know, for me, I'd probably be pretty fucking bored. But again, I know you're playing Genshin too, which is cool. Just saying that this took entirely way too long. I wonder if focus thrust is handled yet or not. Let's see. Let's see, go back here. Yep, it should be mastered, but I see focus thrust has a proficiency bonus of stagger enemies. I think this pair is what I'm wanting. Crystal gloves, actually. Okay. Jesus. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to be complaining, but I mean, I'm enjoying it, but it's also a little frustrating. So just a freaking game does that. Show your fucking shit. I just think when they make it kind of like really hard at the end here, for absolutely no reason. It's not like a boss fight, but just like cheesy shit, like cheesed out. Like that's the part that's kind of frustrating. It's like I was trying to like, I don't know, squeeze out every little bit of gaming out of this. I've been like, oh yeah, you need to clip this, or you should have learned this by now. No feedback whatsoever. Again, maybe I just don't understand the game mechanics. There's a lot there, though, so I'm trying to. I'll let it go. Okay.
Let's kick it up a notch. Back up the other one.
Let's finish it. Watch yourself.
My turn.
Yeah, there.
slow, you wonder why they're testing a game mechanic at the end of the second game. Yeah, exactly. It seems like that should have been something, maybe they did point it out early on, but that's something, a key detail that I certainly missed. Obviously they fucked up even at 5% aren't using it, probably more like 10% maybe. Yeah. Well, I can see how focus strike is like how you build up stagger. I was curious with some of them, like, how the fuck do you get the stagger up? It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I was using weaknesses. It turns out weaknesses are not the most effective. You have to use skills that are specific to building stagger. Who would have thought? And it's not like I spend a ton of time on the menu, like, looking things over. I pretty much go in there, take care of what I need to, look it over briefly, but not like every detail. Like, oh, that does stagger. Oh, this does this thing. And I mean, props to the people that are really good at this game that know what the fuck's going on. Like, you know, I guess the pro gamer crowd, but, and I'm not trying to shit on them. Like, I think it's impressive, some of the videos I've seen, like, HP, MP swap, and like completely murdering based on magic with Cloud's sword, like, killing 2 separate, Chadley, like, level 20, you know, summons at the same time and shit. Props to them, but I don't know how many people play at that high level. I mean, it's impressive to see. It reminds me of speedrunning and shit, so they deserve the kind of hits they're getting on their videos. Just, I don't think, and while I see that, I'm gonna be like, oh, I'd like to try that at some point. It's not like the first thing I go to, I guess. Apparently elements can still build stagger while being a weakness. They can, but depending on, some enemies don't have weaknesses, number one, which won't build stagger. And number 2, yeah, as it turns out, elements, if they do have a weakness, does build stagger, but sometimes for some enemies it's not fast enough to be able to build stagger before you kill them. Like at the end there, not the last try, but the couple tries before, I literally built up a stagger gauge, but since he had built up the stagger, I don't know what happened, but the stagger was full, like nearly full. I had like, I don't know, maybe 3% left until it was full, and me just hawking on him caused him to die, I guess, which is weird because he still had, like, I would say at least 1/5 of his health left, so that was bizarre. I would think I was able to do it with the Thundara with the weaknesses alone, but it just like decided no, we're going to, you know, Mario Kart, you know, rubber band this shit, you know, rubber band AI this and make it so it does not work, even though technically, again, I wasn't paying 100% attention to that stagger bar, but I was looking at it often enough that it should have worked. And so, yeah, I think it's a punishment. It's like, oh, you need a thrust. And maybe, like, this is like the last shot they have to show you what stagger is, because maybe on the final boss, you absolutely will be necessary, and for a late game, with the difficulty going up, they're really wanting to show you. In which case, I will shut up and take it, because it's kind of like Metroidvania, but the problem is, Metroidvanias really show you without telling you what you need to do, which is what makes those games brilliant in a way that seems intuitive. I mean, there's some aspects of Super Metroid that I didn't pick up on, you know, like just how abusable the entire like physics system is. It's not until like you see other people playing at a high level, you're like, oh wow, you can like infinitely wall jump even without like a screw attack or without these upgrades. Like, just an example, like Meridia in the cold section. I didn't know Samus could actually climb that wall. I remember as a kid trying to do it, and I'm like, there's just absolutely no way, it's not going to work. And then you see people doing it. It takes them like a good 3 minutes to do it, to bypass that part of the game, but no gravity suit. Just, you know, hammering away at that corner. It's like, wow, impressive. So again, if the intention is to make a tutorial before the end of the game, because you definitely need these, then I'm okay with it. It's just, it'd be nice, like, I know they don't want to tell you, so we'll see if you end up really needing to use it, because I heard once you get past chapter 14, like, the game gets really, really hard, just even on normal mode, so we'll see if that's true. For example, still dependent, better than Focus Strike or whatever. Weaknesses, I think, are less than Focus Strike for stagger, because Focus Strike is purely for stagger. Apparently there's some enemy skills that work really, really well depending on their element, that are more powerful than, like, you know, the alpha or beta level of those elements. And in the skill tree, I did not focus too heavily on getting the beta or the gamma. I don't know what other levels. There's alpha, beta, like fire beta, fire alpha. It's kind of like a little Earthbound. You know, the higher level ones get the higher in the alphabet Greek letters. But those also allows you to cast them, if you get those upgrades, cast them without using MP2, which is probably, in my opinion, with weaknesses, essential for a hard mode. I'm imagining now with what I'm seeing. But yeah, it also should encourage people to stick around with the weapon until they get it. And I'll tell you one sin that I've committed with playing this game. So you know how there's the battle commands, right? So if I go in here, I go combat settings, and there's the wall in the ground. So what is it called? Yeah, I guess they're combat settings. They call them battle commands. In reality, I've had them set to like bravery, one of them. But if you're using all of them, it doesn't take that much time, while especially late game, to maximize proficiency. So I should probably go back to each weapon and just get the proficiency so the skills carry over, the weapon skills carry over to the next weapon. But the point is, if I hadn't fucked with that, I spent time diversifying my skill use, I would have already learned all of them, so that's kind of on me. But I thought like I could play it however I wanted to, but I was obviously not playing in the way that they intended for players to play, with, I guess, coming in here and changing the shortcuts around. And by default, I think they add like the first one, so one of the first ones would have been that focused strike. So I didn't realize how good it was, because it's like, oh hey, maximize the proficiency, it's gonna help with stagger. I was like, oops. So yeah, back to your point though, to my knowledge, I think that the weaknesses for some enemies are fine to use, to be staggered, especially if they have a weakness to an element, maybe more proficient than using focus strikes. But it's looking like, in certain instances, like the case of Ironclad here, or I like to call him Blackguard, because that was his original name, I believe, and the FF7. I don't remember him being hard anyways in the original game, but as you're heading down Northern Crater, maybe he's a variant, maybe we will see a Blackguard at some point. But the bottom line is, yeah, this was a case where he has no elemental weaknesses, even though I did assess him, and it seemed to show an elemental weakness, but maybe it was a minor elemental weakness, in which case Focus Strike was better. Go fig. The more you know. What the hell is going on upstairs here? Oh, the dead dude. He's going to turn into a monster going on. I wonder if Hojo's going to be here. Oh, great. I mean, in a sense, there's another boss fight. Please give me some fucking ethers and my vending machine, please. Thank you. I guess I get one of them. I am going through my goal like crazy though. I like to see more variety on the materia and shit in these vending machines late game, but unfortunately not. I do like how it's smart enough to see which ones you used, and I guess if you're in a real big pinch and the game knows you can't complete it, then hopefully it just gives you a bunch of ethers or something. I don't know. And obviously in hard mode you can't even use items in battle, so that even gets more complicated. Holy crap. Hard mode seems like a state where you need to like roll over your save files every time because you get a game break in which where you can't get past it. I don't think it allows New Game Plus where there's a chapter select, unfortunately. At least to my own knowledge. Still not high enough. I want to keep up with the focus thrust ship just a little bit longer. Maybe not all the way to the end boss here, but I guess I think there's a boss coming up. Let me go this way and see what's over there first. Oh, that's it. Fight the Turks, damn it. This should be interesting. All three of them, I think, right? Unless one of them chickens out, like Rude or Elena. Actually, it's more like Reno's territory to chicken out. Reno's all about the bombs and his baton shit. Okay, we're done. So that's kind of cool.
Let's hang back. Get ourselves some popcorn.
No time for that. Just take him out.
Man,
It's
I
hilarious.
swear, you are no fun at all.
Unless the monsters get you first.
Here it comes!
Here it comes.
Lock on these! Here it comes! Don't look now, but it's about to get big! You got this!
Let's do this. Here it comes. Deal with that.
They're helping each other out. That's good.
Thanks.
Hey, get a room, will ya?
Shut up.
Not too shabby.
Sweet.
Reno, you know what to do.
Kick ass, take names.
Hey, partner!
Let's hustle.
Yeah, I'll do it! Back up, you're up!
Taking over.
Guess it's my turn!
All set. Watch yourself.
I got enough. Let's hustle.
Kiss my ass! Take you all over! Give 'em hell!
Let me. Good luck.
My turn. Come on.
Too easy.
Bring it.
Ain't done yet! Alright, watch and learn.
All set. To the limit and beyond.
Oh yeah, that's a classic.
It's on you.
Let's do this. Deal with that.
You're gonna feel this one. Watch yourself.
Take it over. It's on you.
Alright, got this.
I got you.
Paying attention. Come on.
Yeah, 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 yeah. No more games. It's over. Don't think you'll walk away from this. You asked for it. You're down.
Shit.
My turn. Let's go. Try this. Finish it.
Say your prayer.
Time to end this.
Oh, shit.
Let's go.
These assholes are better than I remember.
Yep. Focus strike.
But still not good enough.
Oh, ew.
Back to plan A then?
We kick ass and take names.
Let's do this. Pretty good.
Guess it's my turn. Fire and bring it.
It's on you.
Hang back.
Let's get this over with.
It's gonna hurt.
About damn time. Oh, you in for it now.
Let me handle it.
Don't move.
You ready? I'll be fine.
My turn. You're done. Time to get serious. Try this. Try this. Don't stop now.
Easy deal.
Hang back. You'll pay for that. Let's go. Don't overdo it.
Yeah, I'll do it. Paper.
Take it off. You're as good as dead. Okay.
You asked for it. All right, watch and learn. Gotta love.
All set. Yeah, bingo. You ready? Gotcha. Go for it. Here. Here.
Let's deal with that.
You got it.
Let's go. I got this. It's
I
on
really
you.
don't like Tifa.
You're going down.
It's nothing.
Let's do this. Take the lead.
All right. Watch and learn. Back on the limit. You're up.
You're up.
Deal with that.
I'm out on you.
Hey,
I'm not going out like this.
take the lead.
About damn time. Suck it. Let's turn it. You're dead. See ya. You ready to settle up? Cause I've been waiting for this. You mean for this? This is for Sector 7!
Boosh.
Nice save.
Oh shit. Oh crap, it's a lot of game.
It's them.
Finally, fucking A.
I'm so glad you're all okay.
Right back at ya.
We're lucky you didn't crush us.
Okay, this is only part 1, right? Yeah, we're gonna have to go through the whole entire fucking several hours prior. Wow. For some reason with time that they're showing us, like... Yeah, so we have to do
Well
that part.
then, shall we?
You sure?
Yep. Can't keep Cloud and the others
Oh
waiting.
my god, this is going on forever. So of course, all the shit's fucked. I think I learned focus thrust, so we can put it back. This is the string blade. Gatling gun, I think it's the same situation, yes, so we can do the battle cry, I believe. That's funny, less HP though. I guess it's because it's an upgrade to, has something to do specific with that. Time for a spell. What you mean, yo? I think the crystal gloves are actually good in the sense that, wow, but those are like all slotted, that's actually better. Well, 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 time for a spell. Alright, so now, are all my materials still equipped? Yeah, I think so. What do you think? Because this is going to go on for a while, like, I don't know how many more hours there are. I'm guessing, like, it's probably going to be able to be finished in the next 5 hours. What are you thinking? 5 to 10, but shouldn't stay up all fucking night. Plus, you probably want to get to bed at a decent hour. I mean, well, half decent hour. It's 5:30 in the morning where you're at. So, you said you have tomorrow off, though? Or today, I should say. Obviously, I want to sleep some. I'll probably sleep some, but if you have a little bit of time, a few hours, make it today, or in the evening, you can try hacking away at it some more if you want. I know you tell me like time and time again when your work times are, so I'm sorry to have you repeat. Okay. No work I have. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'll tell you what, physical therapy is at like 11. Let me see. 11:15, yeah. So, fucking tired, well, sort of. Well, let's go and call it then. And I'll tell you what we'll do. I like how it kept the materia in place, though. That's fucking super nice. I can't be as pissed. It actually kept everything the same. That's really fucking surprising. Wow, that's a nice feature that they added there. It's like, oh, we're going to remember where your materia are. One thing I will do real quick, though, is I will make sure that Tifa's... where we swap the fire and ice with the wind. Actually, no, we put the wind... Here's what we did. We put the wind here. So I'm going to do a swap. And then the fire and ice was here. There we go. I can't really complain. I actually kept track of where the fucking materia is. That's actually really nice of them. I want to read. Fucking tired. Well, sort of. I have work in the evening, not on Tuesday. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll touch base with you tomorrow. I'm guessing probably with you being busy in the morning and you having work. We'll probably take a day off, okay? And we'll revisit this on Tuesday. And we'll see if we can't complete the game. Of course, the goal at some point is to do that thing with Tifa. But yeah, so... But I'll talk to you sometime tomorrow, just in case you have a little bit of time, if it works out. But don't feel any pressure if it doesn't. If you have got work in the evening, I'm guessing it's early afternoon to evening, right? Like 3 to 5 o'clock you have to be there, and you're closing, so that's going to be like until midnight. Yeah, so the earliest you'd be going in then, 12 minus 3. Yeah, so it would be like 3 or 4 at the earliest, right? You'd be going in? You have 9 nowadays? Anyways, I'm just curious. It's not that I'm saying you have the time tomorrow. I was just curious what you mean by evening, but I guess you mean like 3 or 4 until close, which is midnight, is it, CVS? It's weird they close as late as that time. Is it because the pharmacy's open till like 10 or 11? Just out of curiosity. I mean, how many people come there just for like prescriptions versus how many people actually shop at CVS? Is it really like a place people go? But yeah, I've got physical therapy in the morning and nothing else, but then I've got to work with my prosthetist on Tuesday for a couple hours, and I got some stuff I need to do if you're not available tomorrow anyways, like a list of things. Here we go. 3:30 until, or 4 until midnight. That sounds right. Okay. Till 8 p.m. on weekdays. Oh, okay. I would expect it to be later just given the fact that store's closed, but you guys must obviously do enough business. It's kind of weird. I've never thought of like Walgreens or CVS of like, I mean, I understand they have food stuffs and some house stuff, but is it really that much cheaper, or it must be just convenience for people picking up the prescriptions and whatnot? I wonder on average, like, most people that go there, like, picking up a prescription and grabbing stuff at the same time. But just a curiosity more than anything. 40% pharmacy, 60% store, maybe. Cool. People need the drugs, man. I can appreciate that. Woof. Anyways, I'm going to take it easy, pop on a lazy movie, and just kind of pass out. I need to set my alarm, though. Anyways, thanks, as always, my friend, for being my friend and hanging out with me. I know that may sound silly or stupid, but I appreciate it all the more, you know, gone to the lake shit, all this stuff, and I think I'm able to better state these sorts of things, hopefully not in a weird way when I'm feeling better, because most of the time I'm like shit. But early on in the month, there is no issue of managing my pain. It's towards the end of the month it starts to get bad, which I'm trying to get better about, but so it's gonna get better. I'm just waiting on this fucking leg, man. I can't tell you how excited I'll be once this like works as it should. It doesn't feel like it's ever gonna happen. I've invested so much time. Actually, on the topic, I need to contact my physiatrist and consult with her to figure out what the best path forward is, because it's just, so my appointment's actually at 11:30. So with tomorrow with my physical therapist, so I'm thinking, yeah, I can probably wake up at like 9:30 safely. Won't have to rush that way either. Down in Central Park, which used to be Stapleton Airport way back in the day, apparently. I found that out the other day. I kind of had an idea, though, because United Airlines is over there, and they have also an air tower, old air tower that's still there. But it's crazy how it's developed into a city where an airport used to be. Stapleton was, like, I think closed in 1990 or 1991. You may have recollection of it because when you flew into Denver, not the tent one, but it was just an older building, older airport that was not as far east as DIA, with the like faux tent mountain things, you know, the whole Illuminati Freemason shit. Scott worked at the airport. Not that anything thing. And also just FYI, just out of the blue, it's kind of weird, wakes me out sometimes, I forget about this, but you know Norm, my dad. Yeah, you're welcome. He actually, believe it or not, like he wasn't like fully into it, like some people are, but he was actually a Freemason, believe it or not. He was part of the Brotherhood. He had like the Freemasonry and shit. I never like knew that until like later on in his life. So I guess if it is a cult, he didn't go far enough that, you know, we were sacrificing small children or animals or anything. My mom actually wants to do something with his ring, like have it recasted into something else. But yeah, he's got a Masonic ring. Brotherhood, huh? Yep, apparently. I mean, it didn't screw him up in a way that like, but maybe it's like low level, but it didn't screw him up in a way that like, oh, I don't know, like Scientology does, or the way that, you know, Freemasons, I guess, are advertised to be like the, you know, shadow government or whatever. So maybe he's just a small pawn in a bigger thing. More like he hung out with other guys, I think, you know. Yeah, my dad, he's not my biological dad, but as far as I'm concerned, he's my dad. I consider him my dad. I call him my dad. He really was my dad. And I was going to say, he had like several divorces and stuff, so he had some like recreational stuff. Like he said, he'd do the Freemason thing, flew model airplanes, and I'm trying to remember what other things. He used to work on like way back when my mom first met him, actually worked on motorcycles and actually had one. I don't remember that too well, but at the time I was like 4 or 5. I mean, everyone can join whatever they want. Yeah, true. I guess like there's this like public imagery about certain organizations being evil, but that's kind of what we do with all sovereignty, right? We say the United States is right, and you know, North Korea is wrong, and all these other countries are wrong, even though it's like the whole us versus them, right? Like they could be perfectly happy in their country, but probably not when trade is like cut off to Russia and North Korea at least. But yeah, I've heard actually really good things about China, even though like our country's like, oh, China's shitty. Like I watched Exploring with Josh, you know, that Urbex guy I was talking about earlier. He actually visited China for like 3 weeks, and he's like, it's not true at all what they say. I don't know about the propaganda part, but he just said it's not true what like the media paints this country to be. It's beautiful. I mean, I don't know what it's like to live in a communist state, but he seemed to like it. Like, I would move here if I could, but he's got like limited, you know, stay visa. On that topic, like I said, I don't know. I'm exploring shit with thinking about a change. I mean, it's just scary because, you know, you don't have nearly the amount of spending power in Europe, and in some ways, like, things are more controlled than they are out here, for like better and for worse. And it's also like, even though there's like a bunch of like school shootings in the United States and that sort of thing, and I guess some level of domestic terrorism with like extremists. In Europe, you know, you've heard of like the bombings on subways and that sort of shit. That shit does happen, but I'm pretty sure they don't have like open laws where you can just carry guns, especially with the Schengren, I think is what it's called. Not alliance, but immigration law that allows, if you are a citizen of France, you can travel to all of the people in that region, the Schengen region, or whatever. So it's like open borders. So it's kind of like the States, except it's the European Union. So it's kind of interesting. You're able to see a lot, but kind of scary because since there's like, you know, I don't know, 12 or 13 countries that are part of that, like, imagine like if someone did do something bad, like law-wise, like, I'm sure they're very like coordinated, but it seems like it'd be harder to trace down, like, you know, potentially someone, if they're like bombing or like harder to trace if like there's a serial killer like going from. So anyways, I'm not trying to be negative, but the good news though is France has pretty low on crime in general, but there's certain European countries like Czech Republic and stuff you've already heard like relatively bad things about it, even though like drugs are completely legal there, like a lot of them that are illegal here. So let's see. Maybe you said brotherhood in general term. I mean, everyone can go whatever. I was on purpose. But yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for appreciating that. I appreciate you. You've been a good friend through this. I hope that in this process I haven't gotten too much in your business with your mom and shit. I just, to be honest, man, she just sometimes pisses me off. Like, she treats you kind of like shit. And I think she uses you. And I really think at the end of this, like, I don't know how long she's going to live. I'm not sure if you really think in those terms, but that's probably divided. I mean, she is your mom, you love her, but at the same time, like, you know, all this sacrificing and whatnot, hopefully will lead to what you're talking about, which is, you know, she's written off everyone else in the inheritance, except for you, maybe. If there's like a lot of house there and it opens up your freedoms in a way, you know. I mean, obviously, you said she's still your mom, so it's not like it's all happy days if something happens to her, but I hope your long shot gambit leads to overall more flexibility and happiness and hopefully some level of like monetary freedom that, you know, at least you have a house paid, you don't have to pay rent, and probably not going to be paying any more than you're paying now to upkeep things if your contributions $1,100 a month. I mean, obviously, it's not good that she does not have the house insured. That's really stupid. If anything happens, like house catches fire or whatnot, like you guys are out everything. So, but obviously you can handle that shit once everything transfers over to you. Presumably all transfers over to you. Hope to God that she doesn't fucking like tell you these stories and the house is already fucking being foreclosed on because creditors or whatever. I don't mean to scare you. I'm not trying to get too much in your business. I'm just trying to protect you in that sense that I'm kind of dismissive about half the shit that she says. It was just like, well, is that true or is that not true? It's hard when someone doesn't try to do their part. It'd be one thing if she's working a part-time job or whatever, but she's just like 100% not motivated. And I know she could say that's because she's sick. Well, she was sick before she even had her cancer. She was a mom before she had her cancer. There's always an excuse why she can't work. And, you know, that's her choice, but with her choice comes a lifestyle that she's got to live with. And I just think that she doesn't bring anything about this, but I think that's the biggest injustice is that she literally expects you to take care of her and then threatens you and makes you feel insecure, like if you develop any of your own autonomy or any of your own thoughts. So in that sense, she's very oppressive. So anyways, done ranting about it. I don't mean to. I'm sorry if I judge. I don't mean to. Just like I said, makes me upset that she treats you that way. I'm listening. Haha. Foreclose. She seems really accurately open about the house stuff. She had a bunch of 401k. She bought house straight up for, and not sure what comes to that. No debt that I know of, near 800 credit score. It would be nice if she taught all of that properly to her kids rather than keeping the knowledge to herself. Yeah, like, has she actually even worked with a lawyer for like the will and shit? But she senses that her kids aren't. Sorry, the heart's always covering shit up. Kids aren't on her path of damnation. What, like salvation you mean? But in her version it's actually damnation because she's like using Jesus as a weapon and condemning everyone. Like, he's a perfect creature of God. I'm not trying to be sarcastic, I think she's got delusional thoughts. Like, listen, I know that I'm special in God's eye, you're special in God's eye, we're like all his beloved, right? But then she acts like there's a club. Like it's almost as if she believes. What's the phrase I'm looking for? She acts like she's a Jehovah's Witness or something. But like she's like, there's only going to be like 1,000 of us saved, and I'm one of them. And you know, if you do everything for me, you'll be basically rewarding Jesus, and Jesus will pay you back. And it's like, where are you coming up with this theological belief? You know, it's kind of weird. I do think that she thinks of herself as like a ethereal, holy, like spirit being, like that has this power, like to like she. It's funny. She's like, I don't know if she's Christian or what she believes about the religion or Catholicism or what it is, but she also has got herself convinced that she's like a witch that has like magical powers, sort of. She wouldn't call it magic, but from what you've told me, like that she'll curse you and like, which kind of makes her sort of a witch, which this kind of goes against the Bible, like if anything is like a product of Satanism and paganism. So it's kind of interesting, her beliefs are kind of all over the board and contradict one another. That's sure when it comes to that, no debt that I know of near 800 credit score. That's surprising, given the hospital bills and stuff. It'd be nice if she taught all that property to her kids rather than keeping the knowledge to herself. But she senses her kids aren't on her path of damnation genes. Yeah, basically super selfish stuff. Yep. Jehovah's Witness. I love that. I saw someone spell Jehovah's Witness like Jehovah's Witness before. It's such a great move to use for like religious shit. You know, obviously a direct reference to FF7, but gotta break that down. Jehovah's Witness. So it's like new Jehovah's Witness versus Jehovah, whatever that means. And Jehovah's like one of the, not saints, but whatever with that. Kind of tired. Woman Sephiroth, yeah. You know what's weird is like Sephiroth has got like those, you know, long hair, kind of like womanly features. You can tell he's a man, especially since they show all like the man cleavage. You know, if it was a woman, they probably still do it, but they'd have to tone that shit down, put them in like a sports bra like Tifa or something. But yeah, I was gonna say like they could have totally pulled that off, like with the 2 dimensions timelines, like this other one, he's born a woman, you know, and they wouldn't have to change all that much, really. Like maybe like obviously the breasts, maybe the crotch, a little bit less polygons, or more like tightened polygons for that area around the hips and in between the legs, making sure there's space so she, you know, she was eating out, she wouldn't, you know, smell like tuna. And other than that, like I said, eyelashes, maybe just the shape would be a little bit slimmer, a little bit more finesse. But I was gonna say, if you were to cross-dress like Sephiroth with some eyeliner, aside from him missing kind of a little bit of the hourglass figure and other subtle details, he'd probably pull it off pretty well, to be honest. You know, it's like perpetual Halloween. We can dress up with whatever we want. And that's what Republicans complain about with gender identity, is not just the pronouns. They're like, they're upset that Halloween lasts all year round. And I shouldn't say that. That sounds like I'm being a dick. I'm just kind of like oversimplifying, just because, you know, put it in those terms, it's kind of funny, like they even complain about it. Let people do what they want, you know. I mean, if a guy likes wearing a thong, let the guy fucking wear a thong. You know, if a woman likes wearing like pants and a fake penis, let her wear fake pants and a penis, you know. Let her take the testosterone and grow a huge clit. I mean, who gives a fuck? You know, both parties have to consider it, you know, deal with like all the associated, you know, sex hormone therapy and replacement. And I hope that most people don't do it just as like a fad or a fetish, you know. I mean, it's okay if they do. I mean, sexual things are on a spectrum, but more than anything, you know, in a way that you would be like, oh shit, I'm kind of tired of doing this. Oops, my leg lobbed off and had sexual reassignment surgery. Well, it's too late now, you know, or vice versa with a woman. I don't even know how they build up a penis with a woman. I don't think it's quite functional Like, probably if it's limp it is, but, like, if you need to make it hard. Like, I know that there's, like, fucking, what the fuck is it called? Like, expanding tissue, right? So, it'll sort of be there, but it'll also be like a monkey's penis. Be, like, super small. Not to judge, you know, just more like, do people do their research? Or do they, like, are they influenced? I think a subset, very small subset probably, but a subset's probably influenced by their friends. I mean, I remember when in middle school, like, funny to say, but it's not uncommon. Like, I'm not talking about, like, sexual feelings or anything, but, you know, like, I had some of my first crushes in, like, elementary and middle school on girls. But there's, like, occasionally, like, a guy that had, like, you know, like, cool style or whatever, and I guess I would, like, kind of boy crush, again, because it's not, like, sexually interested or anything, but just, you know, like, whoa, that person's cool, like, I like the way he dresses or whatever, you know, so, I guess what I'm just trying to say is, like, bottom line is, looking back to that, like, I wondered, like, you know, if that person had, like, an influence over, like, the way I wanted to dress or whatever, like, imagine kids as they're developing, trying to make sense of their feelings or not making sense of their feelings, just emulating other people, what they do. Like, I've wondered, and I'm sure I'd get in trouble if this was on Twitch or something, to make such a statement. I'm just sharing my opinion, whether it's right or wrong, not because it's fact, but I do think that some kids in the developing, you know, United States with, you know, the fluidity of genderism and whatnot, like, you'd be like, oh, today I'm a girl and tomorrow I'm a man, you know, like, or I'm neither things, and, you know, changing the pronouns, and the next thing you know, got someone to looked up to or whatever, but then shockingly decides to go through, like, you know, a sex change of sorts. And, like, I see going one of two ways. Either the person's, you know, gender identity wise feels threatened, or they find it weird and they stop looking up to that person, or, like, next thing you know, they're like, oh, I think I want to try that too. But I think therein lies the danger of, like, influence and today's modern world with social media and shit. It's like, oh yeah, like, I can be whoever I want, and again, I'm not against it. It's just the question is, like, it's for the same reason. Like, if you had a 4 or 5-year-old go up to the parents and say, like, say it's a boy, comes up to the parents and says, oh, I'm a girl. Like, is that you're a girl because you have memories of a past life? Are you saying that because you're, like, curious? And I mean, you wouldn't call it a kid like a fetish, but is it, like, cause your pee-pee? You know what I mean? Like, it's just interesting. I wonder, like, what subset, and I've heard that's not very high, but makes me wonder, like, because, you know, our upbringing has an effect on us, like, how many people are, like, experiment with it and then, like, commit to it and then tell their parents, and then the parents are like, oh yeah, you know, my child needs to undergo SRS surgery, like, immediately with, like, hormones, like, at puberty. It's like, my question is, do they have regrets, or is it, like, if anything, self-validating? Because it's just, I mean, for lack of a better term, that is their sex. I respect that, but it's also hijacking the physiology of the body to achieve a different result, which, in my mind, like, makes those people way more prone to diseases, because it's just not, you know, you're hacking your body to be one sex when your DNA is coded in another, you know? But anyways, let me see what you wrote. Yeah, super selfish. Never really thought that it could mean, never thought that could mean, I did, but not on a super grand scale. LOL. I think there's fewer people educating kids to be what they aren't. Yeah, potentially. Like, I mean, it's for the same reason that, like, I don't know, like, let me think of an example, like, ways I could be influenced. I mean, it's for the same reason, like, growing up, like, I mean, I didn't have this as a kid, but I think a little bit older, like, it's for the same reason, like, kids will get piercings, right, or tattoos. Like, they'll see someone, like, their best friend get one, and then they want to get one, right? And I'm not saying, like, gender fluidity is, like, a fad, but I think for some kids that, like, you know, identify in the process of developing their identity, and, you know, like, someone that's very influential in their life does something, like, it makes them think about it and like, I'm going to be honest for myself, like, as far as, like, sexual fetishes or that sort of thing, like, you know, it's something that maybe in my mind growing up I would have never thought about, right? But then, like, you get exposed to it, then all of a sudden you're into it. Like, for instance, when I was growing up, I never thought for a moment, and this is true with a lot of guys, I never thought for a moment that, like, lesbians were sexy, you know, like, and I didn't even understand, like, why my brother always wanted me to fetch Playboys out of the recycle bin, and he would trade them for Nintendo Powers. Like, I thought it was gross and I thought it was weird. But then, like, to be honest, like, I remember whether my brother wanted me to see the porn on his computer or not, I remember seeing a video. It was called CD Girls, and it had two girls basically, like, using a double dildo on the couch, right? And they were, like, fucking each other and just, like, squirming. And I remember being super fucking turned on by it. And I was like, whoa, this is fucking hot. And I never thought about that before. So, you know, obviously that has some effect on what I look for, like, you know, as far as, like, kinks or sexual fetishes. So obviously the matter of sex and sexual identity, I'm just saying some kids might take on that as kind of like almost like a sexual fetish, but then really realize, like, after they later have regret potentially. And I know I would piss off so many people that are on the gender spectrum saying that I'm oversimplifying, and I am. I'm just saying, like, I could picture, again, it's not scientific fact, but I could picture a certain subset, like, just being influenced and not really, like, when they say, oh, I was born this other sex, the thought had never even crossed their mind. And maybe there's some things they look back on and it really does identify, but for others, they're just like, oh man, I just want to go through it. You know, women are beautiful. I want to be a woman, you know? You know, could be wrong. Like, I think women are beautiful, yes, but, and I can understand, like, wow, that's, like, I mean, for some, maybe they want to be a woman because if they're a woman, they can touch themselves and, you know, like, I don't know. I'm not meaning to judge. I'm just throwing some hypotheticals here and just knowing my own sexual identity, what, like, you know, people probably do. Because humans be humans, right? We're all different, but there's also some base operating system level shit. Let's see. I mean, I wouldn't want authority to tell my kid to be what they aren't. Also, legal stuff. I think this country is just hopeless forever regarding that stuff. Yeah, I think so too. It's going to be one extreme or the other, exactly. There's like no nuance. We suck, as humans we suck at nuance, but since the country's even more divided, which is like basically forcing the public and the media's attention, intentionally forcing our attention away from like the real issues, the real important issues. Like, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of Republicans and their messaging of saying, hey, Democrats are fine with a child being born and put it to death. That's like so hyperbolic and not true, right? But at the same time, like, this would have been a law for a long time, and I'm not saying all women are responsible or all men are responsible. You know, sometimes they have sex so they don't bother buying a condom and they forget about it, especially if they're drunk one night. And then a few weeks later, you know, they're like, oh, I missed my period. And they're like, of course, the first thing you would do is like take a medication to abort it. Like, once it gets past a certain point, you know, you're basically getting an actual full-blown abortion, not just like a morning after pill. And I get that, like, the organism's alive upon the moment of conception, and I guess you could say it is its own form of, not murder, but own form of the ending of life. But there's also plenty of times that, you know, fetuses spontaneously abort, and like all sorts of different reasons for that. And I know it's hard to argue. It's like, well, does that child have consciousness? I would argue yes and no. I mean, we don't remember the first however long. Our brain and our body, especially in the womb, has no clue other than we're just super comfortable there, right? We don't know the outside world. We don't know who we are. We don't know any of that. So, but I think the Republicans constantly choose the topic of abortion and trying to control women's bodies because it's patriarchal. You know, they want women to be in their place. They don't want women to have the kind of power they have. And they think that most women that get abortion are, you know, promiscuous sluts. And the reality is not all women are. I mean, maybe some are, but, and, you know, they act like women just, you know, la-ti-da, I'm gonna go get my teeth cleaned. I'm going to listen to some music and have a great time while I get an abortion. Yeah, you want to have a vacuum cleaner shoved up your cunt, and you want, like, have to dilate your cervix beforehand? No. I'd say the vast majority of cases, women are immature, made a mistake. There's a man that was supposed to be there that's not there, or she's been raped, molested, or she has to have an abortion because of medical reasons. And we're literally telling her what she can and cannot do with her body. And you know, they can argue through the roof that it's not their decision, that's God's decision, whatever. But I'm going to be honest, they don't practice what they preach with religion. They're happy to, you know, send in drone strikes to kill a bunch of innocent people in another country. But when it comes to someone's own decisions on their own body, their own life, and their own child, which, in my opinion, the majority do not take lightly. It actually fucks them up the head. That's punishment enough. You don't need to fucking throw her in jail or throw the doctor in jail. You know, it's fucking ridiculous. But again, like I said, it's all to distract from the issues that if Democrats and Republicans were to really look at it, I'm talking about us, not the congressionals. The congressionals are all fucking corrupt. Both Democrats and Republicans, all the congressional people are corrupt. And they all don't have to report where their investments are. You know, I'm sure Biden has a bunch of fucking investments in the Green New Deal and renewable energy. So that's serving him well, just like Trump had his fucking investments in COVID and shit when COVID hit, you know, to their own benefit. And the Supreme Court needs to fucking set term limits. Anyways, I'm done ranting about it. It's just very upsetting to see what's going on in the country. And that's one reason, aside from possibly needing a change in my life about, you know, literally doing something as extreme as moving to another country where the default lingua franca, you know, is still English, but French is often more practiced and spoken. So it's scary, it's terrifying, but, you know, like I said, if it's 25 to 35% better, that's a for sure yes. If it's 300% better, like I said, I don't even know if I'd want to come back to the States, to be honest. I mean, maybe to visit, but I almost, again, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but probably far enough that I'd probably be willing to burn my fucking passport, you know, just, it depends. It's something I wouldn't find out right away. It's something that I'd have to move there for a period of time and make a decision if I want to stay or if that's just like a chapter of my life just to experience, you know. But my mom and I feel very much the same way. She's older on in her age. I'm about to hit my mid-40s. I haven't had children. Yes, it's more complicated for me to have children with the whole sterility thing. But honestly, dude, I don't know if I'd want to bring a child into this world with the United States with how divided it is. A lot of kids nowadays are suicidal, and I completely respect why. The outlook is not good, you know. And a lot of these kids nowadays, you know, maybe if they go to college, yes, but otherwise they're living at home. It's not their fault. I remember during my generation, if you lived at home and you're past the age of like 19 or 20, you were a fucking loser. Capital FUCKING LOSER. But today's, no, and I'm not even saying back then they were losers, but branded losers. Today's world is so fucking hard financially, and the boomers and a lot of people say, oh, you're not working hard enough, you guys are lazy, pick yourself up by the bootstraps. Well, that's easy for you to say when starter homes back then were less than $25,000, and you could earn, I don't know, easily $10,000 or $50,000 a year. So it only took you a year, man, a fucking year to pay off a house. Today's terms, $1 million when you're earning, if you're lucky, $40,000, it's gonna fucking take you fucking your entire life. There's some people fucking making a lot of money, man, and they're fucking up our economy, and we're all paying the price. We're all paying the taxes, not the fucking rich people. So anyway, sorry, I'm done. Let's see, never thought, grand scale. I think there's a fear of people educating kids to be what they aren't. I mean, I wouldn't want authority to tell my kid to be what they aren't. Also legal stuff like the country is just hopeless forever regarding the stuff. It's going to be one extreme or the other. Squirming or squirting? More squirming. It would be hot if they were squirting, but definitely like their natural like lubricant was like I think they gently lubed it, but as they were going, you could just see that thing was like wet as fuck. There were a couple times where, like, you know, they weren't aimed right and it would come out or whatever, but like, I don't know why, man, but I just found it to be so fucking hot. Yeah. I'm trying to remember. There were, I was probably, well, not then. At that time, I was probably like 13, 14, 15 when I saw that. But to be honest, I'm trying to think as far back. I had innocent interest in feelings of loving a girl, like being attracted, like, and I didn't know what the feeling was. Probably as like early as maybe 9 or 10. I'm trying to think. I would have to think. I can't think off the top of my head, but I remember the feeling was like, oh, there's something about her I really like. Like it was. I would refer to it as liking, you know, but it was kind of like beyond liking though too, because it was more like I don't know. It's hard to describe. It's like liking, but then you don't really know what sexual is. So just you get these weird feelings. Like I remember watching The Fifth Element and thinking Mila Jovovich in that like I don't know futuristic like bikini thing. That was like not in person feelings, but because I didn't know her, but I got a feeling from that when that came out in 1995. So yeah, about 10, maybe a year or two earlier, I kind of had some feelings about a few girls that were in grade school. But then, you know, like you put 2 and 2 together. To be honest, not to get too personal, but I think it was about the age of 12 or 13 when I finally connected like masturbation, sex, and everything together. Maybe I was a late bloomer, but like, and I was like, oh, that's totally what it is. And then, like, obviously from there, like, once you get to the teenage years, I'd say not 13, but like, definitely like 14 and a half onward for sure. And then, because of going through the cancer and chemotherapy and stuff, to be honest, I mean, it's not to say I haven't had like moments where, you know, I crave sex or I'm horny, but for the most part, I don't know, my sex libido is kind of different. If I found someone that I really, really like, I'm sure it'd be different. But I've also been so jaded when it comes to dating and everything that just, I don't know. I kind of just see like it being such a chore, and when you're in a relationship, you're always like bending over backwards for that person, and you know, sometimes getting so little return from experience that I just kind of gotten used to the point that, you know, like I don't hold out hope, but I'm also okay as a person. But like I said, it'd be really cool to meet someone like entirely by surprise, and she actually is my soulmate. And I just don't see in America raising kids, or even, I'm going to be racist when I say this, because by race, or nationality, but it's not to say it's impossible to find a woman in America that's got a sound mind and a sound body and not completely delusional. But I think if you go on the dating websites, dude, and I'm not saying that I'm not delusional myself if I went on one of them, but it's also forced. It's all what the other person wants. So it starts from a place of greed, not innate curiosity about learning to get to another person, when, you know, the entire thing starts with physical attraction, flirting about sex, and dating that just involves pretty much sex very early on to set that precedent in their mind, you know? Versus, again, I don't know, but if France, even if it's like the same here, but there's more opportunities through natural means to meet people, because more people spend time outside, and it's more community-based and much more focused on family than, I mean, and here's the thing, if I met someone, she was the right person, and I could totally see, like, the father-in-law, mother-in-law really becoming part of the family, and I have a kid, like, it would be really cool. I don't know if it's in the cards for me, you know. There's only 2 chances of it working, so she'd have to be, like, whoever it is would have to be super ovulated. Would have to spend probably, like, a good, well, by today's dollars, probably, like, anywhere from $75,000 to $150,000 to make it happen. But if it does happen, there's a chance at twins. Anyways, I'm done talking about that. I just wanted to say that I'll say what I want to do would be with an American woman where I'm more miserable than I was when I was alone, because she's selfish and she never sees like the sacrifices I make, but I'm not going to do that again. Listen, I'm not stupid. I'm not going to do that again. Bend over backwards and do both parts of the relationship. And then, of course, the second part is the fact that, you know, bringing a child in the world, I saw 9/11. I saw how much that fucked me up. But then when you add technology and validity through social media, rather than the natural discovery process that comes by finding your own confidence, finding your own identity, by spending a lot of time alone and being your best friend and being alone, it's a recipe for extreme discomfort, unhappiness, lack of fun, etc. And it's even more than that. You know, like, I think some kids that got emotionally regulate and seeing empathetically the pain of the world and their own pain on top of it just want to die. I mean, even my boss's stepson, or adopted son, Connor, they've had to have him in, he's a doctor, you know, he's the head of the lab. They had to put him in a mental institution for 90 days. He's like 17, 18. extremely suicidal and just having a lot of bad thoughts. I'm sure he's not in the minority. So community is super important. All we really crave is a sense of connection, like the connection we have right here between you and me. You know, but most of the time we're scared. We're scared to like have open conversations. I had an exact conversation with Scott the other day about this, you know. But when we do, we actually feel a lot better, especially if you feel like you've had the opportunity to express yourself and share your ideas and get good feedback from me and vice versa. So, again, thank you for that, my friend, my brother. Let's see what else you said. Crystal has a super comprehensive view on everything despite being trans and potentially being influenced by facets of that culture. You should go to France and be an American politician. I really should, right? Yeah, I'm pretty passionate about it. I see a lot of shit in the world. I can't imagine being a politician in America simply through the fact that it's constant infighting between the parties, right? And it's my opinion. I think it's pretty much backed up by fact, but I'm just going to stay as my opinion, so I don't think I'll piss you off if someone came back and watched the replay on this. It's not because I'm afraid, but I'm just not trying to be disingenuous here. The reality is the Republican Party are a bunch of fucking liars. I can guarantee you, especially at least on the case of Trump, they have to lie at least 200, if not 10,000% more than Democrats. I'm not saying Democrats don't lie, but when your entire party is based off of they stole the election and conspiracy theory after conspiracy theory, and you know Trump's been indicted all these times, and all of the people around him are going down, and you mean to tell me that it's just the wrong place, the wrong time? No, friends are the company we keep, right? And if you're in bad circles, and maybe the fault of his father, he started in bad circles, but he's in a bad circle. But that bad circle is not just a bad circle. Do we need to tell ourselves that the world's fucked up and everyone's trying to hurt Trump, like, you know, reputation-wise and whatnot? Or can we admit that maybe some of this is a little bit self-inflicted? I mean, he himself will never admit that he's wrong, never admit that he made a mistake. Everything's perfect. Everything's perfect. The phone call with Zelensky's perfect. The coup on the Capitol's perfect, which, by the way, he initially denied, said it was Antifa, but now that he goes before the Supreme Court, he's saying that, yes, his lawyer says, yes, he did commit the coup, but it was an official act under presidency. Well, I'll be careful then, because anything that's a coup, regardless if you have, you know, I'm not trying to challenge the immunity case, but that is an act of treason. The way we used to handle that is round him up and shoot him, kill him, live on television or live in public. So he's skirting the line on so many issues. Karma's a bitch, but it's caught up with him. And so you can tell that I'm not a big fan of Trump. But beyond that, I was just going to say, man, is that we can't get shit done. Republicans were pissed that Obamacare got passed, and they've not forgotten since. And but it's also just the political climate of the stresses of everything. And you know, Democrats are trying to do good, and Republicans, you could argue, are trying to do good. But honestly, most of the good they do is focused on the rich, focused on eliminating Social Security, all these different kinds of things. I'm just surprised that the Supreme Court even took form with Trump's argument, his lawyer's arguments. He's just trying to figure out any way he fucking can, and getting really clever about it to try to get out of this and become president. Because if he doesn't, he's looking at a bunch of more court cases. So they've already talked about bringing on, get this, 100,000 poll watchers from the Republican National Convention to go in and to control all this shit. There's a big problem with that. They're also talking about these people being the ones that actually count the votes and actually touch the ballots, and that's not allowed. But you can imagine if that many people show up for the bullshit. You know, they talk about fake, what the fuck are they called? Sorry, I need to pee, but probably won't bother you too much. Talk about the fake, fake votes, you know, fake people, all these other kinds of things, and how they cheated an election. But literally, for any sentence that Trump says, they are stealing the election, they're forging documents. I'm going to tell you, if you ever take any sentences where he's blaming someone and replace the name and think about it hard, sometimes you don't even have to think that hard about it. You realize he's really talking about himself, you know. He keeps saying over and over again about how bad it is for this country, what's happening to him. But the reality is just bad what's happening to him. It's not bad for the country. It's actually good for the country if he does not use or weaponize the office for the purposes. There's a reason why he's impeached twice. You know, and they can... the Supreme Court can go on and on about, well, that's up to the people to vote, and that's, you know, if he was guilty, he would have been impeached. Not really, when over half of the House at the time and the Senate was controlled by Republicans, and they're all in on him. He could literally murder someone in the middle of the day and with the presidential immunity, and they would still support him. They've said so. So it's really scary stuff. I really do think that if somehow Trump does manage to snatch this election, America's, we know, it's going to be over. It's going to become just like North Korea or just like Russia, and he wants it that way. And it's going to bring a lot of suffering because, I don't know, that's just my opinion. Sorry to go on and on. I'm going to shut up about it. Not monopolize the conversation in your time. Let me just read what else you wrote real quick. You should go to France and be an American politician. I remember noticing boobs. Then my cousin said, hey, you're noticing them, right? I don't know what age I was, 10 or 11. That sounds about right. You know, before that, what's really weird about being a guy, I'll just kind of finish this up. Before that was being a guy, like, the most bizarre part about it is, you know, I had this opinion about women, about young girls, that they were really stupid. really, really stupid. Why? Because I guess they were connected to their emotion, and they did stupid things, and they would fight and bicker in ways that just I thought was really dumb and stupid. And again, that's very sexist for me to say, but I'm just saying my perception as a young boy growing up. And I'm going to go far enough to say this, and hopefully it doesn't get me in trouble in the future. Listen, I was a kid at the time. I don't feel this way now. But I just kind of saw women as just kind of like unable to control their emotions, kind of lesser to men because, you know, men like are logical in their approach and they don't do petty things and yada, 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 yada. And I would hear all these stories growing up about, you know, girls backstabbing each other in really sadistic ways, even at a young age. And then I also just felt bad for women, not maybe I shouldn't say that, but pitied them, kind of felt sorry for them, sympathized with them that, you know, their entire life is raised from day one to be raising children. You know, they're playing with dolls, and, you know, they're doing like house planning, you know, they're planning families, etc. And then guys are playing around with guns and games and computer stuff, and it's all like really cool, and it's all like very interest-based versus the way we raise women in America or in the past traditionally was just like literally only keep their interests based on family, 100%, right? We're not going to do like any more than that. And so I think that's like kind of the disconnect and the kind of the bizarre part about all of it, if I'm honest, you know. But like I said, once I reached past a certain age, I really saw a lot of beauty, like cuteness, I guess, first, and then some sort of attraction. I could put words into it, and then eventually sexual attraction. I'm like, oh wow, you know. But I also think that one thing I don't like about being a man is that, you know, there is toxic, just like there's toxic masculinity, there's toxic femininity, and there are plenty of women and plenty of people, men included, I guess myself to a degree, but not completely, that men's bodies are utilitarian and they're ugly, you know, and the reason why women have sex with you is because of your personality, not because you have got a sexy body, you know. And that may be true, I guess, if you're really fat and you don't work out, and it depends on the person. Everyone's different. People love one another for various reasons, and sometimes it's purely physical, and other times it's not. But I was just going to say, the one thing I look for is women's equality, if they want equality, is to not, you know, masquerade their toxic femininity as seeking equality, you know. Not when, you know, men, if they want to go back to the traditional way and have men be the breadwinners and work all the time, and then get pissed at them when they come home, you know, and they're tired after working 2 full-time jobs to support the family. Or they finally undergo a divorce and they're like, hey, I'm giving you sole custody over the kid because you're a bad father. You know, it's like, I feel like we're not even given the chance. So I feel like, you know, obviously being a woman, you can, if you're sick, you could weaponize the sex against men. And that's one issue that I think kind of disconnects me from women in today's world, is I've heard horrible stories where women will make up things that are not true, say they've been raped, etc. when, you know, they're a couple, they've been a couple for a while, they've literally been having sex for years, and she decides because of the kind of argument they had, or the man said something, you know, it was too painful and too true, hit to her core in a way that she needs to get back. She's just going to go to the police department, file a restraining order, and file a report that she was raped. And guess what? She's going to get the swab, and her vagina and uterus. Probably born in a vagina, and they're going to find your DNA, and now you're a sex offender. Now your life is over, you know. That's kind of the fucked up part. That's the reason why I'm very cautious about dating, is you really don't know what you're going to get. Life is like a box of moldy bread. You don't know which bite's going to kill you, you know. I wish it didn't feel that way, so that's the reason why I hope in another country, I don't want women to not have power or to not know themselves and to just be baby factories, but at the same time, I think women, if they adopt a more traditional view and a man's willing to be chivalrous, and again, I don't want just a girly girl or a womanly woman. I want, you know, a human being. I don't know why we do this to ourselves and society-wise, that we, you know, elevate one sex and put down another. Like, we're all part of the same sex, and technically if neither of us existed, we wouldn't have babies and we wouldn't have children. But I hear so many toxic stories about, like, oh, I'm never going to be with a man, but I'm going to get a sperm donor, you know, and then it's like they just want to use us and discard us. It's kind of bizarre. So anyways, my friend, love you. Thank you for everything. Sorry to talk your ear off. I'm a little wolf, but I'm also just, I haven't had anyone to talk to in a while, man. So I know when I stream, I normally kind of keep it basic. So thanks for listening to my bullshit. Hope you sleep well, and we'll touch base maybe tomorrow or the day after, whatever. And hopefully my views are not wildly unpopular. Again, this is just more existential talk. We try to make sense of my world and my experiences with the opposite sex. And like I said, I feel like I'll have better luck with women in Europe just because they're happier, and at least I think they're happier. I've worked towards them being happier if they do their part, you know. I'm just used to being into relationships where there's a power disparity, where we're trying to monopolize every aspect of things, and I don't get it. So, all right, my friend, probably had you go to sleep. Catch you later. Peace and love to you. Bye-bye. Did I save? Okay, good luck with the shit. I guess I'll save it. I've been playing it by an hour or whatever. Thanks. Sleep well, and thanks again. Thanks for being awesome, friend. Thanks for hanging out with me, and thanks for staying up late and all that. It really means the world to me. So, just want to acknowledge that. Thank you, my friend. All right, peace and love. See you later.